industry for probably about 25 years, and I'm just happy to be on the panel and to take all your questions.
Oh,
Hi, I'm Chris Sides. I'm a principal product manager at Bungie. I've been in the industry for about 10 years, but at Bungie for about 1 year, and like many others, it's a pleasure to be here, and I really appreciate everybody showing up.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Marcello. I work at Funko. I am the senior creative producer. I know I'm not really into games right now, but I did come from Disney Avalanche, and so my connection here is just to help with that networking.
My name is Kate Welch. I work at Secret Door. I'm a UX designer there. I've been in the game space for 10 or 11 years now. Previously a game designer on Dungeons & Dragons.
awesome. So one of the most important things to know about this industry is it actually can be very small. So for example, how did this panel come together? So Trinidad and Fred and I work together currently. Chris and I worked together, what, like 7 years ago?
Yeah.
Jen and I almost worked together at the same company about 8 years ago. And then Kate did a panel with Trinidad and I in 2020. So it just goes to show that, you know, the people you meet in this industry will probably stick with you for the remainder of your career. So that's been one really important lesson.
If they like you.
If they like you. Be nice. So I think one place to start is how'd you break into this industry? You know, because that's one question people have a lot is how do I get my first step in the industry? There are some traditional paths. So I went to a video game university. I went to University of Utah and got my master's degree there. But school's not the only path in. Chris, did you actually want to talk about how you got into the industry?
Sure, yeah. So my path into the industry is a little bit unique. About 10 or 11 years ago, I was in college. And I didn't really enjoy college, and I just wanted to kind of work in software. I wanted to go to work. So I did a kind of weird thing. I went onto Craigslist, and I essentially looked up all the different jobs that had associate or junior, whatever, within software, and then like catered my resume to each one of those and kind of just pushed it out. And I heard back from one person where there was they were essentially a one-person team, and they wanted to hire another person to be contracted to Electronic Arts doing database like administration and stuff like that. So I went, I did the interview there, and I got that job, and that's how I kind of started in EA, and then I just started kind of meeting people and doing work and learning about the industry and learning about all the different disciplines and everything, and kind of moved my way through. Something that's really weird about it though is like years later, I asked the original person who hired me, I asked like, why did you hire me? I had dropped out of college, I had no experience. And he said, well, you weren't my first choice. He said there were 3 people that interviewed, and the first 2 wouldn't take the offer because the salary was too low. And I took the offer, and that's how I got in.
Thanks, Chris. Trinidad, I think you're another great example where a lot of time when folks think about the games industry, they think about game designers, maybe engineers, maybe artists, but you've got a very different background, and you're in a very different space within the industry. Can you talk a little bit about working in your field within the games industry?
No. I'm just kidding. No, I just want to make a fun fact that there's over 101 jobs in the game industry, so that you don't just have to be a game designer like our lovely Laura here, and you can do something like UX, you can do QA, you can do marketing, legal, head of diversity and inclusion, and the one thing that I will say though is whatever you do it with all of your heart and with passion. That's gonna drive you into places that nothing else, even in education, can't do sometimes. So my background is I've worked in tech over the last 10 years. I worked for EMC Squared, which was a big tech company, and then after that we got acquired by Dell. So I did product management at Dell for a while. Now, I love people, and I love empowering people with tools, education, whatever you can think of. I will probably look at you and be like, let's find your genius, and then I can tap into that, right? So understanding that, one thing I want is this world to be more inclusive. I want people to be able to bring their authentic selves to work, which is nearly impossible in this day and age. And so I try to think outside of the box. And so I used that as an opportunity to go to Niantic. Niantic needed someone to come in that had passion, but a little bit more junior, who could grow into a position, and I was the perfect person for it. And so I'm pretty sure they were like, oh no, why did we hire her? But at the end of the day, I haven't been fired, so I think I'm doing pretty good.
She's done great, for the record. Kate, do you want to talk a little bit about how you broke in?
Sure. Yeah, I was trying to get a job in the game industry for a really long time. I probably applied to 20 jobs that I didn't hear back from. And I eventually like a friend of a friend of a friend worked at a company called ArenaNet, and they were making this game, Guild Wars 2. And I was like, please, God, just put my resume in front of this person. I didn't know what they did. They had never met me. This panel is called Be Brave, but to some degree, maybe it's Be Shameless. So I was like, please just put my resume in front of the right person. And finally it worked, and I got an interview, and that was the end of that. But much like Chris, I was a college dropout. I had no relevant experience. I was just trying to get anything. I was a web designer. I was like, okay, maybe there's web design jobs in video games. There are. So that was my path in. And then from there, I fell in love with UI design and game design, and ended up pivoting my career.
Yeah, so I think Kate's story actually brings up a really good topic, which is just how important it is to network and to get to know folks in the industry. And a big piece of that, I think Trin mentioned it earlier, is being a good person and being nice. So for example, I used to be an animator before I became a game designer, and I applied for this internship with Disney in their Salt Lake studio. I went through the whole interview loop, and I got it. And when I got the job, I was like, what was it? Was I the best animator? And they were like, no. But what they did say is during the interview process, I was really thoughtful in my answers. I actually am a little extra, so I hand wrote everyone thank you notes I interviewed with and sent those to them. And they said at the end of the day, there were stronger candidates in terms of skill, but we felt like you were a better fit for the team. So, how you interact with people in this industry can make a big impact. Fred, do you have a story you want to share about a time networking changed your career?
Yeah. So originally, when I started my career, I actually started as a developer in Exchange server, and then after I did that, one of the other developers that I worked with quite a bit had moved into a different job space, and because we were networking all the time and talking all the time, he actually had a lot of questions about this football game that he was actually working on, which was NFL Fever at the time. And on that particular game, he had a lot of questions about the rules and stuff, and just because I was like this huge sports fan, I was always able to answer them. And once I decided that I was going to look for something else, he's like, why don't you come over and work on games? And it had always been a passion for me, but I had never thought about it being like a career. But just because, I stayed in touch with him, I answered his questions, we stayed networking together, that gave me the opportunity to move over into the game space, and that's how I kind of started there.
Very cool. Jen, I know you've worked in a couple of different creative spaces. What about for you, as you've sort of navigated those different industries? How's networking changed that for you?
Oh, networking is the most important thing. I originally am a trained chef, and so you would think, why are you in creative now? Well, I love that space, and so being someone that came from DreamWorks, I was able to meet and greet with a lot of people and just get to know them. And by introducing myself and my passion for the art, I was able to take that even further. And so my career led me from cooking to film to video games and now into toy making. And so it's everyone you meet is very important. How you treat them, how you present yourself is the most outstanding thing that you can do for you to get into that next career. So be brave and, connect with others and just get to know them and be introduced into that world that you want to join.
I actually think that's a really good segue into talking about a time in your career so networking is super important. Who you know and how you interact with them obviously plays a key role, but it's also really important to be able to advocate for yourself and be brave and bold for yourself. Trinidad, do you want to talk about what that's looked like for you?
Okay, I'm going to tell you a story. Once upon a time, no, joking. No, I really do believe that, like, if you don't really believe in yourself, then it's very hard for others to believe in you. And guess what? A lot of others will believe in you more than you believe in yourself. I know that's like totally oxymoronish, but it's really the truth. And so making sure that you build a network of people who can encourage you and believe in you is key. And then also being able to say, you know what? I know that this is my skill set. I know this is why you hired me. So help me grow. And going into opportunities and going into, like, when you work for a company, a lot of times people think that, I thought my manager's supposed to develop me, right? And some managers don't even know how to do that. So I had to manage up a lot in my career, and what I mean by that is tell my manager exactly how I want to interact with them so that I can stay at that company. So fun fact is, I believe in development plans. I believe in like saying, hey, I see myself here, where do you see me in 5 years? Or help me see what you see in me. And so really approaching managers with the opportunity to mentor, the opportunity to tell me what my weaknesses are so that I can grow. Because I truly believe that if a manager is invested in my personal growth within a company, they're gonna give me solid feedback. And what I mean by that is sometimes I don't even like what they say. And when I don't like what they say, I question myself and I say, you know what? Is this the truth? And so I go to my friends and I go, am I really that bad? And then they go, yeah. And I'm like, wow, okay. All right, so I guess I have to work on that. So I really do believe that one thing is feedback is not a dirty word. Can y'all repeat that with me? Feedback is not a dirty word. All right, good. Now that we know this, wherever we go, ask people for feedback. I know that in this time and age, sometimes feedback is toxic, but sometimes it's not. And so if you can have a solid group of people who you believe in and who believe in you, and you know that they love you, and you know that they're gonna speak life into you, constantly ask them for feedback, because I realize I'm not perfect. I realize that I fail sometimes. And guess what? In that failure, I can look back at it and be like, wow, I can learn from this information. So when I was really young in my career, I had no emotional intelligence. Does anybody know what that means? All right, I had none. I would walk into rooms with like CEOs and be like, what up? And then they'd look at me and they'd be like, who is this crazy woman? And so one of my major bosses, I thought she hated my life, but she really did care. And so what she would tell me is like, learn about emotional intelligence. So my one piece of advice for everybody is feedback is not a dirty word. My second piece of advice is learn about what emotional intelligence is and understand your superpower.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Trinidad. Kate, do you have any advice on being bold or examples where being brave in your own career has really worked out? Or didn't, in the lessons you learned along the way?
Yeah, I have one. And this is like the one audience where this name drop might actually carry some weight. I remember I was pretty unhappy in my career, my job, and the company I wanted to work for more than anybody was Double Fine. I was like, that's my white whale, yeah, ooh. And through some stroke of luck, I can't remember how, but Tim Schafer followed me on Twitter, and it was something that made me nervous every day. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to be brave. And I DM'd him. I was like, hey, Tim, I just want you to know that I'm going to work for you someday, and you should just get used to that idea. Bye. And he wrote me back, and he said, we should talk about this. Are you free for coffee on Tuesday? This was like Monday. He's in San Francisco, I'm in Seattle. And I went, yes. So I got on a plane the next morning, flew to San Francisco, showed up at Double Fine. He gave me a tour. We had like an hour and a half long conversation. At one point, he's like, you didn't fly here just for this, did you? Because at some point he realized that I was not from San Francisco. And I went, I did not just fly here just for this. But I ended up working. I mean, I was not a full-time employee, but I did a bunch of their web design work at Double Fine for a number of years, probably because I just like threw it on the table with Tim, who was a delight, by the way. That's my story.
That was wonderful. So Fred, as somebody who both has navigated his own career and helps a lot of folks as a manager, what are some ways you help give advice on being brave and advocating for yourself?
Yeah, so I would just say, basically kind of echoing what Trinidad said was basically really having a lot of faith in yourself, putting yourself out there. But then the other thing is when you meet people, try to really prove out what you're trying to do. So for example, for me, when I was transitioning from a different career, because at one point I wanted to be a game producer, I reached out to the people in my network that were doing game production. I learned from them. I also got to the point where when a position opened up, at the time I was doing something else, and they were like, hey, do you have someone that you could recommend, because we need a game producer for this? And I was just like, yeah, me. And I had already been kind of doing part of the job anyway, and so quickly they were just like, oh yeah, you can do this, and I transitioned into it. So part of what I would always say is just really having the faith in yourself, but looking for the opportunities, and don't be afraid to put yourself out there and say that you can do the job and be able to back it up.
So I think one thread that's come up a lot through this is that I think almost everyone on this panel at some point in time has switched careers or switched to a different role within the industry. And I think that's something that doesn't get talked about a ton. There isn't a timeline for getting into the games industry. There isn't an age where you missed the boat. There isn't a period of time where you had your shot and you missed it. I spent 7+ years studying to become an animator, went to one game design meeting, and 10 minutes was like, oh, whoops. I think I'm supposed to be doing this other thing, right? So I, at that point in time, had to be really brave and say, I just spent all of this time learning how to be an animator. I got my first job as an animator and potentially walking away from a full-time job with benefits to a 3-month contract. And, it was a huge risk. It could have ended in disaster and could have been my last job in the industry. And instead, I just worked really hard, and it ended up turning into a brand new career in game design that I hadn't ever planned for. So I think that's one really important lesson, is that there is no point in time where it's too late to get into the industry. It's never too late to realize you have a passion for something that's different than what you thought it might be when you were younger. So just being willing to let yourself go on that journey, I think, is super key. And a slightly less fun topic, but just as important with that, is what tools do you use to network with people through that? Trinidad, do you want to talk about some of the tools of the trade?
I love Twitter. I know it's toxic, but I love it a lot. So I will say this, people DM all the time, right? And sometimes you find people who are in the industry that you're like, oh, I love what they do. I love their work. I want to follow them. You follow them and you realize they're human, just like you are, right? So sometimes even just following someone, responding to their tweets, and then maybe at the right moment, DMing them and saying, hey, I'd love to I love what you're doing, or I love this product that you produced, or I have a question. One thing I will say is when you approach people, just make sure you're very clear on what you want to know, right? I don't like when people tell me can I just pick your brain? No, that's kind of weird. I don't want you to pick my brain, but I do want you to ask me hey, I'm interested in navigating the game industry. Do you know anybody who's an animator? Do you know anybody who's in UX? Do you know anybody who is in QA? Can we have a conversation, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. And when you do that, I'm more open to actually interacting. LinkedIn's another thing, and I know that's a little bit more professional and tech and stuff like that. A lot of people do that, but a lot of us are on LinkedIn now. And even on this panel, if you like what we're saying, hit us up on LinkedIn and be like, hey, I liked what you said, and maybe that can engage a conversation. And then also things like this, PAX, GDC, and I'm not going to tell all of them, actually. Let me stop real quick. I don't want to take all of the different things, but GDC was a huge thing for me because I reached out to people on LinkedIn, and then I was like, hey, are you going to GDC? And then they're like, yeah, oh, wait, am I even supposed to be saying GDC at PAX? I don't know. Anyway, PAX, I'm going to PAX, and, I'd love to meet you in person or network and blah, blah, blah. And so I found that a lot of the networking opportunities, being a part of IGDA, being a part of Black in Gaming, being a part of Latinx in Gaming, and building communities within this organization, I've been able to really get a solid community, and we help each other out. We really do care. What I love about gaming is we're dope. and we're nerds, but we're really cool. Like, I mean, like, I have some of the best friends in this space, and that's why I'm still here.
Yeah, that's probably another secret, is there's an industry full of introverted nerds who just really love what we're doing. So almost everyone is incredibly approachable. Does anyone else have any other tools that you've used for networking? Trin mentioned like most of the big ones, but.
So I'll expand on one of the ones that Trinidad was talking about. I'm a firm believer in LinkedIn, especially when everyone that you meet and everybody that you work with, make sure that you really like stay connected with them. It's a small industry. You never know where people are going to move to. Like even now, I look at my network, and like anytime like a new company pops up or something pops up, I pull up and I'm just like, oh, I know this person, you know, and I ping them. I'm like, hey, what's going on with this company? You know, can you give me more information? The other thing is I can tell you that I have personally hired like 5 people who they originally reached out to me on LinkedIn. They're like, hey, can you tell me more about Niantic? Can you tell me more about this role that you have? So it's a really good tool for that. The other thing I would say is that when you're looking to kind of like move to your next spot or something like that, using LinkedIn, you can request, especially like if you know someone there, it's like, hey, can we just meet for coffee and have a conversation, get more information about the company? The other thing is if the person that you know is like one of the hiring people, you can even ask, it's like, hey, can I kind of like do an informal informational? What that really does is you've actually got an extra interview, because before the interview even started, you had a conversation with like a hiring manager. They told you about the company, they told you about the job. You weren't really in an interview, but technically you just got an extra interview that way. So make sure you really use your network on LinkedIn.
Yeah, and I know for myself, for LinkedIn, I actually didn't know anyone at Niantic when I saw they had a game design roll-up, and I just spammed every one of their recruiters on LinkedIn that I could find until somebody got back to me. I was polite about it, and I didn't send too many messages. But yeah, LinkedIn can be, I know it's not the most exciting of social media, but it is a very powerful tool in the industry. Anyone else, any other social media or, you know, LinkedIn stories you'd like to share?
I would just agree with like LinkedIn. I've had plenty of people like message me randomly, and I just like, I know some I won't see, some I'll talk to, but like might as well like go for it. Why not?
I mean, LinkedIn is a really good place. I'm the hiring manager for my team in the creative department, so I get messages from there, and I partner a lot with the recruiting team at Funko, and just building that relationship with them and getting to know the individual that is applying is a great space over there. So.
I think another thing that it came up was the sort of groups you can join in this industry. So there's a couple of them out there. There's the IGDA, there is Wiggy. For those of you who are local, there's also an Eastside Industry Night meetup, as well as a Westside Indie meetup. So would definitely recommend Googling all of those. Each one of them sort of serves a different group of people. Trinidad, do you have some other ones you recommend?
I'm on the board of Latinx in Gaming. We do a lot of things in that community. There's also gay gaming professionals. There's also Black in Gaming. There's game devs of color. I mean, I can go on for days. I love this industry because it's an industry that was built for where everybody can find a place that they can be authentically themselves. So just be on the lookout, and if you have any questions, you can hit me up.
Any other big networking stories anyone wants to share? And I think we'll get ready for Q&A in a few minutes here.
I do think something that you pointed out was like how essentially this industry is a lot of like introverts. Like that's kind of how we are. Like we were all raised on gaming and played games in our house with our friends and relatively introverted. But like in kind of, at least in my opinion, making yourself a little bit uncomfortable and doing those things that are relatively more extroverted, like have really helped me out, whether it be like playing on a softball team at EA. Like I didn't really want to do that. I wanted to, you know, play World of Warcraft or something. But I went and I played this and just met people, and now like, and when you meet one person in this industry, like us up here, we were talking earlier, we know people that he knows people I work with, and like what are the odds of this? Like once you meet one person, you essentially meet like 20 other people just because the way this industry networks and works. So I would just say like, we are all introverted, and it is very difficult at times to act extroverted, but to really like kind of make yourself a little bit uncomfortable and push that direction is really important.
I kind of want to ask a question of this panel. It's something Trinidad mentioned. At this point, I think probably all of us have networked and we've also been networked at. And some strategies for being networked at work better than others. And so I kind of wanted to ask y'all, because I feel like this is a really helpful topic of like, how do you not want to be approached?
Yeah, so I think for me, pre-pandemic and hopefully, post-pandemic, I'm a big fan when somebody's like, hey, can I take you out for a cup of coffee? I usually end up paying anyways, but it's just nice that they're making the gesture of like, hey, can I take you out for a cup of coffee and ask you a few questions, right? It feels really friendly to me. I know on the other hand, when somebody's like, hey, can I ask you a few questions? And you're like, yeah, and then they send you, their like 300 list question, like, it's a lot. You're asking a lot of that person's time. So I think being really clear about what you're asking for and trying to be concise in the sort of feedback and help you're looking for is really helpful.
I would like to add to that is my LinkedIn looks like a black hole. So I pay attention to who is being specific. So if you're like, hey, I see this job at Niantic that's dope, can I talk to the recruiter? I could probably put you in touch with the recruiter, right? If you're saying, hey, I'd like to apply to this job, and most of the time, if I'm going to recommend someone, I want to meet with them, I want to talk to them. And so I'll do a quick 15-minute like Zoom meeting and I'll talk to them. But when you come into that meeting, come prepared. Come like, hey, this is what I do. This is my genius. And then I'm also going to ask you, fun fact, to write out a paragraph on why you're the best person for that job. I actually give homework. And the reason why is because then I can transfer that paragraph and I can give it to the hiring manager, because then I don't have to do all the talking. You've put in what you want this hiring manager to see on your behalf, right? Another thing is, don't spam me. That's the quickest way for me to not like you and be like, bro, really? What's going on? And so I do believe that just authentic, being honest, and really putting your foot out there, I think that you'd be surprised how many people in this industry actually are kind and will have a conversation. Some of us are under hard deadlines though, and I think that's something to consider as well. If someone doesn't get back to you, don't think that they hate your guts and that they don't want to talk to you. No, they might just be under some deadlines, and they might even hit you up months later. That's happened to me before, where someone's like, oh, I just saw this, I'm so sorry, and then I got to talk to them. But I do think that, remember we said earlier, that emotional intelligence and just understanding what you're trying to get across.
Yeah, no, the job that I have now, they reached out to me on LinkedIn, which I check maybe once every 4 or 5 months. And so I get this message that's 7 or 8 weeks old, and I was like, hello. And luckily, I mean, I think the nature of LinkedIn is that sometimes people do go long periods of time without checking it, and so he was very understanding, and I got employed. So that was good.
Jen, any thoughts on what sort of reach out you'd enjoy seeing versus ones that maybe haven't hit as well?
Yeah, I guess I'm just going to follow suit with everyone else. It's just patience. We are all working, and so we want to try to connect with you as soon as possible. But at the same time, if you can like express very clearly what you're looking for and what you're trying to get to, so we're not trying to dig into our LinkedIn and these chats of like, I'm trying to understand what this individual's saying. So really being clear, if there was a posting that you saw, call that out. And if it's a connection with a recruiter that you want to have with, then, let us know. I love portfolios, so I look at them all day. Anything for me to review, not just saying, hey, I want to work there. Can I get a job? You present something for me to look at, and if I am wowed by it and wowed by your description of who you are too, I'm open to always sharing that. So just that constant patience and that connection of how I get to know you.
Fred, any thoughts?
Kind of the same thing everybody else has really echoed, is just being, clear and specific when you're reaching out to people for conversations and things of that nature. For me, when I get a message from someone, if I need to go back and for clarification or find out like what are they really asking me, what do they really want, I really don't have time for that. But at the same time, if they've been really clear about, hey, I'm looking at XYZ job, this is what I'm looking for, this is what I want to do, things of that nature. A lot of times I'll start doing the work in the background. I've read it, I've kind of digested it, I'll do the work in the background, and I'll reach back out to them at a later date as soon as I can, because like Laura said, we're all like really busy and everything. But the quickest way to just kind of like push yourself out of that realm is to send someone a very vague message that doesn't really tell them what you want.
Oh, one more thought I had too is, so if you are messaging somebody because you are interested in getting to the industry or changing your career or moving forward in your career, maybe don't send them your laundry list of complaints about the game they work on.
That's a good one.
Keep it focused to what you're looking for and what you're looking to get out of your career and where you need help. That's probably not, Reddit is a great place to go share thoughts and feelings. So if you're messaging somebody and it's okay to be passionate about the project they're working on, it's okay to be a fan of the thing they're working on, but maybe don't use that time to gripe. Use that time to really focus on yourself and how you're trying to move forward in your career. Any other thoughts before we move over to Q&A?
I would just like bounce off that as well. So like I worked at EA for 9 years, and we all have our opinions on EA, and so yeah, a lot of those messages you get. But also because I'm a product manager, which is like a relatively like, if you're not in the industry, you may not actually know like that role specifically. It's not a traditional like artist engineer type position. I still get a lot of people asking me like from an art standpoint, and there's not much I can really do to help artists in the industry. It's just not my expertise. So I would say like doing the research on like the person you're messaging, I think is like very valuable compared to just spamming like @all Bungie or @all EA and kind of sending stuff out.
Yeah, I think that is a great final point. Anyone who would like to ask us a question, we have a microphone towards the front. Please feel free. And yeah, panelists, if anything else pops up you want to mention to the group, feel free.
Go for it.
Hello.
The mic's not on.
It is.
Oh, there we go.
Hello. So as someone who wants to go on to try and make games or cartoons one day, the colleges that I've gone to who have all expressed the same mantra of good ideas are cheap, which I don't think I'll ever really agree with. And generally, they just try to push you more towards the technical side and say you need to come up with concrete ideas or show, not tell, for the things that you want to make. How solid of a portfolio do you think people should try to come together for making big projects towards the companies they approach?
So I think it really depends on which discipline you're getting into. What it looks like for each role is a little bit different. For example, artists usually have to have a fairly robust portfolio that they're coming to the table with. Where for some roles like game design, for example, it can be really hard to have like a concrete portfolio. But for folks for that, I definitely recommend doing things like game jams and anything where you're spending a couple of days with folks building games and just proving that you can iterate and work on things, right? There's a couple of different ways to build up your resume and those sort of things. And I know for programming, they'll often have you do a programming test. So each discipline is a little bit different. So it's really about figuring out what role you want to have and how to prepare for that specific role.
Thank you.
You guys got me really fired up. So I have a master's in user experience stuff, user research. I've heard a lot of different names for it, but it's that sort of thing. I'm running into a problem where a lot of the, like Microsoft and stuff, contract out to third-party companies for their user research. I'm wondering if any of your guys' workplaces have internal departments for that, and if you have entry-level positions.
Yeah, so I know each company handles that a little bit differently. I've worked at companies where it's an internal department, and I've also worked at companies that work with those third party. But I think, Kate, this is probably closest to your world, right?
Yeah. The only time I've ever worked with an internal user researcher was at a super big organization.
Yep.
So, like, the larger and the more corporate it is, the more likely they are going to have use for a full-time internal person, because you will likely be a central team servicing a lot of different game teams within it. So, Amazon, Microsoft, those kinds of places, those are where you're going to find it.
Yeah.
On, depending on where you fall in the spectrum of corporate slug, you'll find more or less happiness in places like that. But that's definitely where you're going to find that.
Okay.
But I do know that there's also a lot of like specialty houses that are then contracted by those kinds of companies for exactly what you're talking about. Still servicing like a lot of different game teams.
Yeah.
You may have to dig a little bit depending on where you're located, and living in a city like Seattle definitely
I'm actually
helps.
local, so.
Yeah. So yeah, those positions do exist. You just, you've got to dig a little bit to find them.
Okay.
And I think, I've seen entry-level user research, because user research fascinates me too. So every once in a while I'm like, maybe I'll just go look at that. But yeah, you just got to keep your eyes open and dig.
Yeah, I have some more questions, but can I just talk to you afterwards? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Sorry, before you go, one last thing. Bungie does have a dedicated UXR department as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we have, it's a relatively small team, but it is a central team as well.
Okay.
So like it deals with multiple different projects that Bungie may be looking at. So yeah, we could talk after too.
Okay,
I could pass
definitely.
it on to the
Yeah,
director of
definitely.
audience.
Thank you guys so
Sounds
much.
good.
All right, this one's kind of a really simple question, but in the realm of like DMing people, I guess my real question would be, what would be the proper like icebreaker for DMing someone without sounding like a complete idiot? Not just dropping out the, hey.
Trinidad, do you want to take this one?
I think we all might want a different one, but I would say just if you're a fan, or if you're someone who thinks that this person is dope, acknowledge that first, and then you can come at the end with like your ask, so I think you're dope. I love your work, or actually get to know what they do, so you're not just cold. So if it's LinkedIn, read what they do and probably address that. And if it's Twitter, look at their feed and see what they value, and then say, hey, I'd love to get to know you, or at least ask you some questions. And if you have a question specific, just be specific in that ask, and I'm pretty sure you'll get some kind of response.
All right, thank you.
All right. I have a question in regards to kind of self-emotional security and whatnot. I oftentimes kind of sell myself short, and I don't want to brag or do anything like that, but it kind of goes all the way back to self-negative and self-deprecating kind of thing. I don't know if you guys have dealt with that much. I assume so, because you're people.
Oh yeah,
I'm a woman.
all of us, constantly. Yeah.
I'm a woman.
What is the thing that you have found best to kind of get past that and be like, no, I'm a cool person, and here is why?
Hey, Fred, as somebody who manages quite a bit, do you want to take this one?
Say it again, the question.
So, how do you get past, downplaying your own efforts and, sort of that self-deprecating humor, and, how do you own your greatness and really share that?
Yeah, that's kind of a difficult one, but at the same time, it's you just have to, really kind of be authentic, but at the same time, I'm a true believer in kind of reading the person that you're talking to, so I don't think there's a one specific way to do it. You can kind of read and tell when a person has been going too far, if you're losing their interest, so you're overselling yourself, and you can also tell when you kind of shorted yourself. So really trying to read that person, but also being really, really precise, and just you have to be able to build yourself up. Don't fabricate, and don't go overboard, but at the same time, show the real point stuff that's not refutable or anything like that, and I think that's the best way to approach it.
Okay.
And I just want to say, it takes steps of surrounding yourself with people who see who you are, right? And so if you trust the people who you're surrounded, if your friends are trash, get rid of them and get some new ones. But also, if your friends care about you and they know you're genius, you can start to be accountable And you want to build accountability by saying, hey, this is what I normally do. Can we practice before I go into this interview? Can we mock play what it would look like so preparation is going to help you so that you're not doing that in an interview, or you're not doing that in front of people who you're trying to get opportunities from. So make sure you're like, if you know, like, hey, I'm stuck in this cycle, work around with the people around you to help get out of that cycle. Because I could tell from your personality, just even you being here, you're not trash. So first step, you're not trash, and make sure you're affirming yourself. And I don't want to get into like mindfulness and all that other kind of stuff, but bro, like every day say, I am worthy, I'm worthy, I deserve this. And then if you need to improve, have the people around you help you to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think that being self-deprecating is probably not, I mean, there's millions of dollars being invested in therapy to get over this for everyone on the planet. So you're not alone, A. But B, going for work, going for a job, that's the one place, like, no one else is gonna toot your horn right now. Like, no one else knows what you've accomplished. No one else knows what you are passionate about. No one else knows what you can achieve. And having to even just pretend for a minute that you are the person that you want to be in a job or a networking situation, that's going to go a very long way. You don't have to be a dick about it. You know, you don't have to be like, I created Candy Crush, like nothing like that. Like, that's not what I'm saying, but definitely be like, yeah, I do this, and I actually accomplished this, and you can still be humble while also making sure people are recognizing you for the things that you deserve to be recognized for.
Cool. All right, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
First of all, thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate that all of you come from varying backgrounds. I myself did too. I was product manager on Overwatch League, and now I'm on Hearthstone as a producer. So love hearing from all of you. It's so awesome. One thing that I realized from the networking app perspective is that a lot of people don't know much about individual development plans. I'd love to hear like your preferred structure, how you do the revisit on yourself, and like how often you do it, and then how you use that to talk to other people in the industry. I personally try to do it like almost like every day in the shower, and then like afterwards like every week professionally. But I would love to hear from all of you, because obviously you're very successful at what you do and very good at like talking about this kind of thing with folks. So love to hear it.
Could you say this, the what development structure?
Individual development plans.
Okay.
Your goals.
Gotcha.
Your achievements, all the things.
Yeah, so I know for me, one way I've used it a lot is, you know, when I'm seeking a promotion, oftentimes you'll go to your manager and you'll be like, ready, let's do it. And they're like, oh, well, just keep working. It'll, right. And what I found with having a plan, especially in sharing it with your manager, is like, okay, so here are the steps that you're saying I need to accomplish to get to that promotion. So give something for you and your manager to hold yourselves accountable to, right? And it doesn't mean that like necessarily that is all the steps and you check each one off and you're guaranteed the promotion, but it does give you a concrete path to be like, hey, we agreed these are the steps we're taking to move me forward, right? So it takes the conversation from being really nebulous to concrete steps. So I found it really helpful with my manager to have that sort of plan that we sit down, we talk about in the next 6 months, here's what I need to work on, here's what I need to continue doing well, and you know, here are some stretch goals, and using that with them.
I find for me, I love learning. So I will constantly be educating myself in always the next great big thing. At the same time too, my goal is to always strive for something better. I'm not gonna sit still and just let where I'm at just be here. I mean, if you really look at it, my background makes no sense. So,
Me too, don't worry
right?
about it.
So
Yeah,
you're
big
just
thing,
kind of
don't worry
like,
about it.
you keep striving for more and you want more because it's your passion to get there, and you want to see how far you can go. And I push myself every day. As a female in the industry, to be in a leadership role is difficult. And so to get there, you have to push yourself. You have to want it really bad. You want people to know who you are. You want to have that voice. You want to not be afraid. And so educating yourself each and every day on what's out there, what people are doing, how people are learning, how people are growing, the friendships that you make, I think that overall entice everything. And so I am a big person on learning and growing that way.
Amazing.
Yeah,
being a representative in that space is super impactful to people, especially at conventions like this. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to echo the thank you for being here. So my question is related around culture and how best to go about approaching things in a finesse way. I know the gaming industry doesn't have the best history of experiences for women and minorities and breaking in and feeling comfortable there. So how do you go about finding that culture without saying, hey, so if I work here, you're gonna fart in my face?
Sure. So during interview processes, I'm actually usually pretty upfront about it. I'm like, how many women do you employ here? You know, what diversity groups do you have here? What's the culture like? What's the work-life balance like? I tend to be fairly like, I want to know. I want to know, you know, is this going to be a good fit for you guys and for me? So I tend to be pretty straightforward in asking questions about what the culture is like. I don't know if others have a different take on how to approach that when looking at a company, though.
Yeah, I try to, especially, I mean, when in an interview situation, you don't have a lot of control over it, but if you're cold reaching out to people, try to find, if you know, you're interested in knowing the culture is like for women, find a woman that works at that company and talk to her, and get involved with things like Wiggy. I know Laura and Trinidad both mentioned that, the Women in Gaming International group, because there's a lot of great discussion, not only about how to make the industry better, but experiences that would be edifying for anybody who's interested in joining. So just find your people, find your group within the industry and have real talk with them, because that real talk is happening out there for sure.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi. My question is regarding when you're searching for a candidate or are messaging people on LinkedIn or in person, what qualities and skills do you find is like the most like makes the person stand out a lot more from anyone else?
Yes, I can answer that. For me, what stands out the most is how detailed they are with their work. If I'm reviewing something and I'm questioning what did they do in this project or what their participation was in the school project, job project, whatever, the more information I have, it points out who you are, and then I can compare your work with what I'm looking at and going, this is this individual and this is their contribution. So if it's a mystery to me, then I tend to push away from that because I just don't know, because that's kind of your foot forward, right? That's your way inside. So the less mystery it is, I think the better. So just more information describing who you are in your bios, what you're trying to get to. So you know, it's just delivering how you present yourself.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk. So social media is obviously extremely important for networking, and with COVID, in-person meetings like PAX and GDC are becoming less and less popular. Do you have any advice for establishing a social media presence for people who are new to that part of the industry, especially people who don't think they're particularly interesting?
Jen, I think you probably have some good advice on social media.
So the question was about establishing a social media presence.
Yes.
Okay. So you find what your genius is, what your niche is, right? And then you just blast everybody with that stuff. And I mean, not in a negative way, but like, it's like you find your community within the community. So what the cool thing about Twitter is you can Google, you can search on Twitter, like, and there's actually a list. I know a lot of people will be like, oh, Black in Gaming list or animators list. And you can go and you could follow everybody on that list, and then you can start listening to them. And then, the cool thing about it is I tell people, if you want to get really good friends, you have to be a really good friend, right? So if you really want to build a presence, you have to give back as well. And so be open to having conversations and sharing information, and retweeting and loving and liking, you know, other people's stuff as well. But share your genius. So if you're an animator, if you're an artist, like
engineer,
okay, so engineer talk, oh, that's fun, you know, like, but you know, being an engineer in this space, I'm pretty sure you know some cheat codes, some stuff that you've learned over the years, right? So sharing those cheat codes, because then you're building a community of people who are going to engage with you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, thank you for coming here today. I have two things. I'll make it as quick as possible. Number one, I had a pretty disastrous game development project for a school I go to a couple months ago where I thought I burned bridges with several people, and I thought that I would never talk to them again. It's always ate in the back of my mind, do I make amends with them? Do I not? Etc. Is it more worth it to go up to the person that you may not feel they believe in you anymore and be like, hey, I want to make amends with you, or is it more good for you to just toss that and just meet new people, don't have to worry about that?
Sorry, Chris, I'm about to air some of our dirty laundry. So when Chris and I worked together in Salt Lake, we actually were fairly junior, and the folks we were working with there really liked to pit Chris and I against each other. So Chris and I actually spent the years we worked together fighting. Like, it was a lot. It was a bunch of drama, you know. I was always right, for the record. So, you know, like Chris and I actually had some really contentious years together. But then flash forward, we've both grown up in our careers, we've both gotten a little bit older and a little more mature, and now we're really good friends and super close. So I think it's just about knowing, like, maybe that was a time and place situation, right? Maybe the project went sideways and, you know, tensions got hot. I would recommend giving it some space and some time, right? Like if it just happened, maybe let everyone cool off and have a cool down period. It happened a few months ago. But, like, you know, maybe in another 3 or 4 months, you can always reach out to them on LinkedIn and be like, hey, I just wanted to say hi and see how you're doing. You know, I think we all know the industry gets really stressful, and it's just about learning from that moment and moving forward from it and trying to be a kind person.
Great, and then the other question, just an anecdotal, like, hypothetical. If I was at, like, a PAX panel and I see someone and I go, hey, this person is completely in my niche, I want to talk to them, I want to interact with them, is it appropriate to just DM on LinkedIn and say, hey, I was at your PAX panel, can we talk, or is there a more appropriate way of approaching that?
People love knowing you went to their talk. People are like, yeah,
that or Twitter.
Somebody showed up. So, yeah, I think if you're looking for a way to connect with somebody that you've seen give a talk, it's a great introduction to say, hey, I was at your talk, I thought it was really interesting, I would love to talk some more about, and then insert the things that you're looking to get more information from them out of. But no, people love knowing that you came and listened to them talk, so I think that's a great way to introduce yourself.
I already responded to someone who did that just now.
I want to add on to that. Rather than like, hey, I saw your PAX panel, can we talk? To me, kind of what Trinidad was saying earlier, I'm on a lot of deadlines and there's so much stuff to do. And so if instead it was like, hey, I saw your PAX panel, thought it was interesting, I had a question, here it is. Then I could be like, sure, bang out the answer to that question, send it, even if you have more things that you want to talk about, just like getting that bite-sized little thing, I'm so much more likely to respond to that than like an open-ended, like let's have a discussion kind of a thing, because then I'm like, okay, we got to schedule this, and I that's just, maybe that's just me, but being able to very quickly be like, yeah, I can answer that question, that's no problem, that's going to get so much more traction with avoidant, insecure introverts like myself, so yeah. Bit of advice.
Thank you for the answer, and thank you for being here.
Just before I get to my question here, this story about Double Fine and Tim Schafer earlier was very inspiring, and I figure it's not a Twitter DM, but I might as well shoot my shot here. Chris, I'm going to work for you one day.
Sweet. I hope so.
The question I came up here to ask, though, is sort of, there's one set of procedures kind of for reaching out to someone on social media, but at an event like this where you have the opportunity to kind of just bump into someone in person, either at a panel or hypothetically in a safe way last night at about 10 p.m., where do you then go from there to then bring that connection to the next level? Like you've shared LinkedIn or something like that. How do you then take that brief encounter and bridge that into a usable connection for the future?
Yeah, my recommendation is, you know, depending on the person and sort of the vibe you're getting, you know, either Twitter if you feel like they're, you know, they're into that sort of social media, or a safe backup option is always LinkedIn. That's always the safe industry standard place to connect with one another. And for the most part, folks will be like, oh yeah, just here's my name, just search for me on LinkedIn. And I think the important thing with that is follow up. You know, people are meeting a lot of people at these conferences and things like that. So, you know, in a week or two, send a message and be like, hey, remember we were at Safeway at 10:30 at night and we said hi. So just add a little note about like where and when you met them to help them jog their memory.
I have something that I remembered. that I don't know if we actually said. It's really good to network laterally. And what I mean is, like, when I'm in the trenches and when I was in the trenches at EMC or when I was at Dell, like, I made some really great connections. And as I'm growing in my career, we're all like directors, like we're all growing together, right? And that's like, that's my crew. And the cool thing is now, like, we're not interns anymore, right? So yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. It's been really great to listen to all your experiences. My name's Elsa. I'm a kind of fledgling product manager in a completely different industry. So I've been learning a lot of these skills that I think are very translatable, but I think the challenge is knowing, like, how do I figure out what is translatable? How do I figure out, can I step into the same type of role in the gaming industry? How do I start to figure out kind of what I'm missing, if I'm missing anything?
Well, Chris.
Yeah, within, what you said, within product management, right?
Product manager, yeah.
So I currently have a headcount open on my team hiring for product managers. And we've been doing a lot of research on looking at, like, outside of the gaming industry in general. And I think it's very, very hard to necessarily know exactly what to translate, but at the end of the day, like, what my team looks at is all of the metrics and data of how players interact with the game and how we ensure that players continue to interact with that game for a long period of time. That basic concept applies to every marketing, every merchandising, everything else that exists. The methods at which we do it are different, but at a high level, like, the KPIs are all pretty much the same. And so something that I always ask candidates outside of the gaming industry is, like, how would you take the stuff that you've learned and apply it to gaming? And oftentimes, candidates don't have really good answers to that question. And so I think that that's, like, a very core thing to know. The other one is that interviewing within the industry, it's very easy for people for you to, like, rattle off a bunch of games and everybody knows what's up, like, everybody knows, you know, all these titles. But interviewing outside, like, people from outside the gaming industry, a lot of candidates haven't put in, like, the market research side of understanding, like, how does Apex run seasons? Like, why does their seasonality work? How does Destiny do their seasonality? Like, how do you launch a free-to-play product into the AAA space? Like, things like that, which is just market research. You can do it for free. Like, that requires no job at all. A lot of candidates don't have that either. And so it's really, how would you apply what you know from outside the gaming to gaming, and then also truly understanding, like, the gaming market and what it's doing, how it's moving, and what it was and what it's going to be.
Okay, thank you so much.
So we've got about 3 minutes left, so I think we can maybe get through one or two more questions, and then those of us who can will stay after to chat with folks too.
Yeah, we can answer everybody else.
Yeah, we'll try to get one or two more up on the mic though.
Okay, my name is Brittany, and I am an extrovert, and I have an issue where sometimes you are networking with introverted people, and you just watch them slowly die inside. Which is fine. We do not need to continue the conversation at this current moment, but a lot of the times when you're trying to follow up later, it's just kind of, I don't want to chase you. That's not what I want to do. I just have really open energy, and I don't know how to approach that situation with someone.
What was your name, Brittany?
Brittany, yes.
Brittany, don't ever dim your light for anybody, period.
Totally
so
won't.
If it doesn't translate, then it's not translating. But that emotional intelligence piece where it's sometimes you read their body language, if you see that they're dying, just, like, let them know, like, hey, I see you're dying and I don't want you to die. So I can always just email you, or, you know, we can see each other another time. So the fact that you're an extrovert and you're actually intuitive and you're able to see how people react to your extrovertness, use your superpower and be open to, like, navigating this how they best see fit. But I just want to make sure that you're very clear that you don't have to dim your light for anybody. I get told that I'm an angry Black woman all the time. And guess what? I don't care. So it's like, it's not that I'm going to continue to, like, try and navigate this space by changing who I am to be someone else. If it's not the right person or if it's not the right environment, then that's not for you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, I think we can do one more question real quick.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for sharing the time to speak. My name is Oscar, and throughout the times you guys were talking, I felt a resonation from all of you guys, especially some that weren't in the gaming industry and were trying for 20 years or 12 years. I'm guessing it would be you. And someone who's been from a different...
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and someone who's been in a different realm, not in the gaming industry, like a professional cook like you. So I work in the food service industry. I was never into gaming. I graduated in a PR degree, and that's something that I've been bouncing around. So I guess my question is, at what point do you feel that passion and that you start to get into gaming? Because there's all these little things that you kind of ask yourself, okay, the future you, hey, you know, if I told you you're going to be this person in the next 10 years, would you laugh at yourself, or would you think, that's going to be pretty cool?
No, don't ever laugh at yourself. I think you just jump. You jump right in and you say, hey, I wanna scare myself. I wanna be terrified. I wanna have fear. I want to have those shaky moments and be like, this is crazy, but I'm gonna do it. Okay. And I did the same thing. You know, I went all over the place. I'm probably turning red right now because this is like nerve-wracking for me to talk to all these people. And I talk to a lot of people every day. But you just put yourself out there. You force it in a manner that is positive and a light for you. And you scare yourself crazy, and you be excited and passionate about what you want to do. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your background is. I mean, like I said, I used to be a chef. So this is like really weird. I'm in the art industry. I look at design work every day, sculpt, 3D, everything. I was in video games. My husband's in video games. My husband works at Bungie. I mean, like, you have to have that fear because it's gonna push you into that next level, and you should be proud of that. And that's my thing for you. Just do it. Go for it.
I think that's a good place for us to wrap up, which is, yeah, it can be really scary, but just be brave and bold and pursue what's going to make you happy at the end of the day in this industry. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending. We really appreciate it.
Get up. been going
Good,
on
good, good,
5
good.
years.
Sort of, kind of. Let me get right down on the mic, like this. Hey there, PAX West. How we all doing? Woo, boy. Alrighty, so I'm just so excited that this is the very first PAX West voice acting panel in person in 2 years. Super excited about that. We're just gonna get started and get going here. I'll start. My name is Casey Reha. I am your humble moderator. I have voiced and sung in a handful of games like Midair, the American Dream, and the newly released Ambition, a Minuet in Power, as well as the video game music company, The Materia Collective. And we're just going to go down the line here with our esteemed panelists and say a little bit about yourselves and who you are, what you do.
Why am I first?
Yeah, why?
Hi, everyone. My name is Abby Ekenezer. I do voiceover. So I just got a chance to be in an audio drama called Elf Quest. I was the voice of Audrey. I've also done a lot of other independent animations, and my biggest venture right now is I am a producer for general science fiction or fantasy audio dramas for the Fantasy Network. So we take independent podcasts or video casts and we put them on our network. That's it.
Hey guys, my name is Dawn M. Bennett. I'm also a voice actress. You might know me as Kale / half of Kefla in Dragon Ball FighterZ, one of the hunter type voices in Monster Hunter Rise, a bunch of the enemies that you can kill in Borderlands 3. You've all killed me at one point. How dare you? No, I'm kidding. And then I got a couple more. Elm in Ruby Amity Arena, and Uller in Fire Emblem Heroes, and then most recently Emma Turner in Grim Tranquility, which you can check out in the Expo Hall. Thanks for having me.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Schwartz. I'm also voice of the Heavy and Demo Man in TF2. And I was big in the 80s, doing a lot of TV, and you might have been children watching Zoobly Zoo back when you were 3 or 4. You know Zoobly Zoo? Well, I was Bravo Fox on Zoobly Zoo as well. So, and I'm really glad to be here. I was been PAX panelist a couple of years. We skipped last year. So glad to be back. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dennis Bateman, and you probably would know me best through the voice of the Spy and the Pyro in Team Fortress 2. Because most of you are my children's age, and I know that I'm a big star among them. I'm on a group from about 20 to 35 now, so my major claim to fame. But I also have done over the years things like the Matrix Online, Halo 3, Fear 2, an old game called Tron, The Devil's Attorney. So it's great to be here and see all of these wonderful fans. Thank you for coming.
I'm Mrs. Ellen McLean, also known as John Patrick Lowry. I'm the voice of the sniper in TF2, a bunch of heroes in Dota 2. I mean, Fear 2, we were both in that game. No One Lives Forever 1 and 2. I mean,
Spy Fox breakfast cereal.
Spy Fox breakfast cereal. A classic. Oh, and one of my favorite, championship bass fishing. Very exciting game. Very exciting game. And shameless plug, me and Larry Albert run a company that produces full cast audio dramas. We have murder mysteries that are, if you're in Seattle, they're on KIXI 880 every Saturday evening at 8 and every Tuesday evening at 8, but they're also on radio stations across the country and in Australia. And if you would like to hear shows that feature the voice of the heavy, the voice of the spy, the voice of the sniper, the voice of the announcer in TF2.
And the aggravating wife.
And the aggravating wife in Life for Dead. We use all of these, well, I like to call them, no, okay, I won't tell you what I like to call them, but they're colleagues is what I'm saying. And you can find them at harrynile.com. HARRYNILE.com. And if you like voice acting and you like a whole bunch of voice actors acting with each other, these are all stories, and they're all about half hour to an hour long, and they're really cool. So that's my shameless plug, and I pass you on to
Mrs. John Patrick Lowry. It's the best thing I ever did. We've been married for 35 years. Wow. And I'm telling you, find somebody to love.
And to answer your first question, yes, we do use our character voices when we're having sex.
But I'm telling you, love is everything. Because he's not making faces. Wait a second. Oh, you have to do something.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I apologize. Our friend Casey Reha asked us to bring headshots here so that you could see what we actually looked like, right? Well, Ellen and I realized that our headshots are woefully out of date, so I'm going to fix that right now.
John, I did not approve of this. What are you doing?
This joke is only going to take about 45 minutes. Sorry, guys. Okay, talk amongst yourselves, and then we'll finish it.
Highbrow.
He's not good at this.
No.
But I'm telling you, if you find somebody to love, everything works out. Everything works out. That's all you need.
That's the best.
And, because I found this guy, he really was so encouraging to me of my career. And it's like, it doesn't really matter what you find to do is if you have somebody, and I know, there are a lot of people on this panel that could agree with me, in their own relationships. Mm-hmm. But it's about going through life with a partner. And I know, I've got some friends in the audience, and I know, some of the older people, not as old as me. I see you back there, Aaron. So, but it gets you through life. It gets you through life, and we are all of us are so happy to be back here because we believe that the gaming community is welcoming and inclusive and international, and we are citizens of the world, and we bring people together.
And excuse me, what is it that you actually do?
I'm an actor.
And anything that we might have heard you in?
I'm the voice of GLaDOS in Portal.
I knew you must have done something. I don't know. Other than marry me, I don't think that was actually enough to get you on this panel, but that's great.
I'm sure it would have been, sure.
I have been missing, having gone to PAX for over 8 years now. You know that we're back at PAX because two things have happened. John Lowry has made a crass but hilarious joke, and the rest of us has come to praise to our Lord, Savior, and presidential-elect in 2024, Miss Ellen McClain. Yeah, I'm just so excited because there's quite a few people on this panel I have worked with, some of whom I haven't, and we're just going to get started here. Let's start, whether this is your first voiceover panel here at PAX or your 50th, let's just do a little round table and just give us little brief things about what got you into this crazy business that is voice acting for video games. Anyone can start, or I can choose.
You know, I'll start with that because you just reminded me. I was trying to think, how did I get involved in this about 45 years ago? And I'd been working with an actor in Summerstock who was in Chicago, and he'd picked up this little brochure. It was like a self-published thing, said, want to be a voice actor? And so I hadn't done anything like that, and I started paging through it, and I thought, well, this looks like kind of fun. You know, I have to play with my voice and do imitations and impressions and things like that. And it basically told you how to put together a demo, you know, and find an agent and things like that, which I then went ahead and did in St. Louis, and that's where I started my career. And boy, it was just so great because I thought, gosh, you know, as a stage actor, I always have to look good somehow. And I really felt like, well, everybody's got the looks for voiceovers, you know, you don't. You know, radio is just that way. So, and all of the different permutations of voice work there is. And I lived in New York City for 10 years and never hit it big, but I worked in voiceover there the entire time. And there's so many things to do. It wasn't until I got to Seattle that I met all these wizards out here who were starting to get into gaming and the internet. When I left New York City, they were still cutting 1/4-inch magnetic tape with razor blades to put together, you know, a commercial. And I got out here and everything was digital. I was like, wow, this is a whole new world. So that's how I got started.
I would really love to hear from our two newest panelists here. Dawn, who I found out was going to be joining us yesterday
youngest.
afternoon. I want to hear how you got started, Dawn. Because you have a very extensive, especially in anime and with Funimation. I want to hear your story.
So,
how did you get started voicing things for money?
Sorry, for money specifically. So when I was in music school, I went to Berklee College of Music in Boston, and Oh, really? We'll get back to that in a second. So I went to music school, and originally I was, well, I got my major in songwriting, but like within my first semester, we had a club called the Video Game Music Club, and we had a bunch of like engineers at Berklee as well, and I quickly realized that a lot of the projects with the Video Game Music Club and just engineering students, they needed to know how to implement voiceover. And so I would go to every single bulletin board in my school and just put up, yo, I want to voice act. That sounds fun. I love cartoons. I love video games. I would love to do that. And it slowly took off from there to the point where, like maybe like a couple years after that, I got cast in my first indie game called Freedom Planet, which is now on like the Switch and PlayStation 4 and all that stuff. And it just, all my experience in college kind of took off from there to the point where I got the attention of the director of Fairy Tale, and I auditioned for him, and then I was cast as Frosh in Fairy Tale, and that's just kind of how it took off. It was like a snowball effect.
That's awesome.
So, did that make any sense?
It did.
That was
It
like
made
a
all the sense.
mishmash.
Yes.
But yeah.
And Abby, I also want to hear, because for those of you who don't know about ElfQuest, this is a brand new audio drama that's going to feature also Brendan Lee Mulligan, if you know him from Dimension 20, Will Friedle from Critical Role and from Boy Meets World. And I want to hear, Abby, because you have this extensive background in directing as well as acting and producing.
Yeah, don't forget it has Cree Summer in it, too.
Oh, Cree Summer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how I got cast for that, because there were just so many great people, and it was an amazing experience. But so a little bit about me. I went to school in New Jersey. I went to Montclair State University and did musical theater. And I loved it so much that I wanted to get a major in it, but having African parents, that's not something you can do. You either have to be a doctor, a lawyer, or engineer, and so we kind of compromised. And I ended up doing computer science with musical theater. So with that, just, going into this world of doing voice stuff in general, I never thought I was good for acting. And I started off with acting, and also when I was younger, and I'm not going to tell you how long ago that was, but as a younger individual, I play a lot of video games, a lot. I think I've been playing World of Warcraft since Alpha. I was one of the testers. That's how old I am. And so when I would play games, I would go and see who the people were that voiced the characters, and I kind of got a little upset because I never saw anyone that looked like me, or sounded like me. And then as I progressed, that's when I ended up getting an agent and all of this other stuff, and she sent me out for this. It was like a general audition for a voiceover company here, and what they would do is contract you out to other companies looking for voiceover artists, especially when it came to like video games. And then they moved to Australia because it was cheaper. And so unfortunately, with some of the agencies here, they don't really get a lot of voiceover castings for video games. So I've done mostly like Amazon commercials, independent audio dramas, and then ElfQuest happened, and they were doing open auditions, and I was like, sure, I'll just throw in an audition, and I got cast, which was really awesome, because I got to be across from Cree Summer, and I was telling Dawn earlier, it was like I couldn't talk to her at all, and then the director was like, okay, we're gonna do our lines now, and I was like, I was in it, right, because I couldn't formulate my own words, but I could read the words on the paper. So that was just an amazing experience, meeting someone who I have followed. Once again, I'm not telling you how old I am, but for years, right, since she was in a different world. But for me, it was more of a representative thing, also because I'm non-binary. So, trying to find characters that I could relate to, it was like, well, they're not around, so I'm just gonna do it myself. And so that's where I am. And so now
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I help produce more audio dramas for those independent producers who don't have other ways or avenues of showing their projects. We put it on this amazing streaming service that's free for anybody, and give their projects a voice, because there's nobody else doing it.
Yeah. I was actually going to save some time before the Q&A to allow all of you to shamelessly plug your work. Oh. But thank you, John and Ellen, for getting that out of the way, as well as Abby. Anybody else want to talk about their origin story, their prologue?
Well, I started at the very bottom of the industry. I was a mime. And after about 13 years of being a mime, I got bored and wanted to talk. And so I put together a voice tape and took acting classes, and ended up working, also studying improvisation with my teacher, Viola Spolin. And the combination of all of that led me into ADR, voice looping work. And I was in a loop group in Los Angeles for many years, improvising dialogue for various movies and TV shows. And then I moved to Seattle, where the video game industry just sort of was the next logical step. So that's my story.
By a show of hands, who here either is or is aspiring to be a video game voice actor? Don't be shy. Quite a few of you. Lovely. You're at the right panel. We're not going to go into how to get started today, but of course what you notice is that there is no linear path. We all have our different ways that we got into the industry, and we're more than happy to, outside afterwards, give you some info about how to get started or some good resources, regardless. Yes, Abby?
I also teach voiceover at the Freehold Theater.
Yes.
So
you have at least 2 teachers up here, and also there's some great resources out there. Whether you're just looking for general resources or if you're looking specifically for, I want to make sure the term is still correct, for BIPOC actors,
yes,
as well as trans and non-binary actors as well. Moving on, obviously,
I do have one question before we move on. I saw the hands of people who are aspiring voice actors or voice actors. I would like to ask, how many people here consider yourselves to be, problem voice actors? You voice act first thing in the morning. You voice act when there's nobody else around. You hide tapes around. Okay, so I just want to say, we can do a voice acting intervention here if you need it, all right? We're here for you, we understand. All right. Okay, now you can go on.
Thank you. I will say very quickly that John Patrick Lowry, as great inspiration to me a few years back at this panel, just said, if you want to be a voice actor, just be an actor. Don't condense yourself to this one line of work. Mm-hmm. You can find many other ways to do storytelling and to be an artist in this world. And that's always stuck with me, John, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
It's been especially helpful in this past year and a half with the pandemic and everything else that's going on. I would love to open it up to our panelists about what are some hardships that we've had to work through as artists. I know pretty much all of us have had canceled gigs, though voiceover is going incredibly strong as of right now. So any thoughts on the past year and a half?
Yeah, I have thoughts. So a lot of people, not Dawn, but the rest of us have spent a lot of time in this area. And everybody on here is also a stage performer. Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of us, including John and me, had work canceled at the beginning of the pandemic. Now, we are old. We are already on Social Security. Thank you, FDR.
That'd be Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
And we are, and Eleanor. And we are on our Actors Equity Pensions Union, and we're on our SAG-AFTRA, our after pensions, because we're old. But we have lots of young colleagues who had nothing. Nothing. So everybody, knows stories and people are dealing with this. Well, you make shifts, and it's John has been doing recording at home. I did some recording in a studio during the height of the pandemic, but all socially distanced. It was just me in the little room with some guys over in St. Petersburg, Russia. God bless them. They hired me, the Chalk Eaters hired me to do something, and I got to record for them. But now, a young actress wrote me an email a year ago, August 2020. She was back up here because she had work canceled. She was at her parents' home, and she said, Ellen, let's do something. So we have been rehearsing a 2-person play all year, and we are going to do it on Twitch. And so we've taken the play by Marcia Norman, Night Mother, which the 2 women, a mother and daughter in the same household, we have adapted the play for the pandemic. And we are in 2 locations. I'm in a retirement community, and she is in the family home. And we're going to do this as a Zoom call on Twitch on the 24th. And if you're interested, it's at Night Mother on Twitch.
You can follow us
at Night Mother on Twitch. And I know how to say that because my young friend Sheila Houlihan, who's the other actress, told me. But this is what I'm telling you. One of my young friends, Andrew Ho, who put this panel together, he's taught me about my Twitter account. My young friend, Alex Robinson, taught me how to Zoom, and all year I've been teaching voice lessons on Zoom, and it works.
So what we're telling you is to support geriatric voice actors.
No. What I'm telling you is to embrace change and help your older relatives, because it's hard for us. I'm telling you. So, my 2 cents.
Lovely. Yeah, one of the few nice things about the pandemic on my end is that, yeah, I had a bunch of theater gigs canceled, but I finally got to knuckle down and really get my voiceover career up and running. And, you know, I know we've all had that revelation at one point during lockdown where we went, I'm going to start a podcast. I'm going to be a voice actor. I'm going to be a Twitch streamer for the 50th time. I'm going to try and make this happen. Yeah, I know, personal. Does anybody else have any things about, I know it's been great for me to finally record remotely and to work from home with people all over the world. That's been a really great thing for me. One of the few lemonades of these lemons of these past year and a half. Anybody else have any thoughts? No? Easy.
I've during the pandemic, which I don't know if that is a good thing, because I'm still trying to find time to sleep.
In the winter.
Or when I'm dead. But, you know, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, you have to do extra costs of a home setup.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of just going to, you know, Seattle or something like that and recording in a studio over there. So it's taught me a little bit about trying to invest in myself a little bit more. But yeah, we with theater shows getting canceled and productions, because we were supposed to do Journey Quest 4.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's going to happen this year because of the Delta variant. But I am in a play, and it's called The Revolutionists out in Whidbey Island. And we are crossing our fingers that it does not get canceled. So if you could all cross fingers with me, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, you know, Rikisi, from my viewpoint, you know, the same generation as most of the folks up here, I look at your generation of new talent coming up, and I'm like, you really are at the dawn of a brave new world of communication. And it may seem like some of it's old hat to you now, but to me, it's, you know, I'm the digital immigrant, and you guys are the natives. And I can't even begin to imagine the myriad of ways that you have at your disposal to write your stuff, to produce your stuff, to cast yourself and whoever else you want to send it off, to market yourself, all from your computer screen or your home studio. So I think that the voiceover world, and especially since it doesn't even involve video all the time, is just wide open for you guys, and it's something that I can only envy, because I will never get to the level where you are with technology. But you will not have to, like we did, try to find someone to hire you all the time. You know, you find someone to send you out to represent you, and then you go and you do. I used to get on the subway in New York City and travel 20 minutes downtown just to go up to the 40th floor of a high-rise office building to audition for a show, for a commercial.
Right.
That's what we had to do. Even when I got here, I had to drive in my car down to auditions.
All in person.
Yes.
All in person.
Yeah, now you've got the studio in your home. There's no, you know, the middlemen are disappearing, and it's just you and the person who wants to hire you.
Yeah, so, I mean, I did my first voiceover audition. They actually impressed it in cuneiform on clay tablets, and it took like 2,000 Egyptian slaves just to drag it to the con. So no, but it really is. I mean, the number of people that we've met, you know, at cons, who have just gotten together with pals. This person wants to be a writer. This one wants to be a coder. This person wants to be a level animator. This wants to be a character animator. These people want to be voice actors. They get together and they make little games and they put them online. And I mean, and they've turned into not just games, but their own companies, or they've gotten hired by Bethesda or Valve or other places. And that the democratizing effect of the internet is really astounding. And I would say that The one bad thing about it is that it is so easy to get stuff out there that anything can be out there, and it's becomes important for you to figure out how to get your stuff noticed, how to get your stuff in like the top echelon so that people will be paying attention to it. That is something that people younger than me are pretty good at. But there used to be gatekeepers. You know, if you were making a movie with MGM, everybody knew that it was going to be at least a mediocre movie. But you know, now anybody can put stuff on YouTube, and maybe it's good, maybe it's just, you know, them and their pals hanging out at the mall or something like that. Does anybody hang out at malls anymore? This is another anachronism. But really, I mean, I agree. The possibilities are astounding, and the ability to find each other all over the planet. You know, if you're looking for a writer, if you're looking for an actor, if you're looking for an animator, the marketplace is global now, and anybody can get in touch with anybody.
One of the other good bits of advice to kind of close on the subject is a voice teacher once taught me and said, whenever you feel overwhelmed by the noise that is Twitter or social media or anything like that, especially in a competitive market, he said, there is more good work out there than there is good talent. So you just got to keep working at being that good talent and you'll be fine. To keep things moving along here, I just want to go down and say, are there any other plugs we would like to give for our work? We talked about The Revolutionist. Dawn, of course, you got your game that's going to be out on the main floor. Anything else? No? Gary, any plugs?
I'm next week I am part of something called the Vintage Improv Festival online. It's the 4th annual digital improvisational theater festival. And my group is called the Spolin Players. We're going to be doing a show on Wednesday Pacific time at 1:30 p.m. And my group is actually made up of quite a lot of great voice actors from LA. And we're going to be doing an improv show for free. So if you just go to vintageimprovfestival.org, or vintageimprovfest.org, you'll find it. You know, look in and have a look. I also teach improvisational classes on Zoom. I've been teaching that all over the world. I've taught in South America, in Japan, and China, and also here in the U.S. So there's classes that I offer for teaching improvisation, which is a good skill to have as an actor.
Yeah, acting and improv, absolutely. Dennis, anything to plug?
I've dialed back from acting during the pandemic, obviously, and focusing my energies on some writing projects that I've had on the back of my burner for quite a while.
And you're also voicing with Jim French Studios, the radio dramas as well.
Yes, thank God for oral vision and the memory of Jim French Productions, because for probably, what is it now?
Over 20 years, yeah.
You took over as Sherlock?
Right, I took over as Sherlock back in over 20 years ago. Yeah, 20 years ago this summer.
And then I came into your spot as the announcer after that. So for 20 years, yeah, we've been doing, you know, a throwback to the days of early audio drama for the new age. And so there just aren't very many places that you can do audio drama anymore in this country.
Yes, and I, just as a bystander, their company, John and Dennis.
Well, and Gary's a member too.
And Gary.
And you are.
And, well, but infrequently.
She is. I'm not.
And Larry Albert. It is the best audio drama being produced right now. That is my opinion.
Absolutely.
And I always share my opinion.
Even when we're having sex.
I also just realized
we've been told, Larry told us we can't use the word radio anymore.
No. I also just realized there's a divide here. There's 3 of us on this panel who were not in Team Fortress 2.
We
All right, let's
forgive
move on
you.
to the next bit here. There's this really fun panel that Ellen and John were a part of in a different convention called Voice of Palooza, and I want to just give you all a little sample of that magic here today. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down the line. I've taken some famous video game quotes that I would like to hear in a character of your choosing to do these lines. They did not get these lines beforehand. We're going to do 2 rounds of this, and then we'll open up, and I'll have people line up for Q&A. Let's start at the back with Miss McLean. If you would, please read this very famous video game line. I would like to request in the voice of GLaDOS, and yes, it is supposed to be grammatically incorrect. Yes, it's supposed to be read like that. Just read it as it is on the thing.
This isn't grammatical.
Yes, but it's on that way on purpose, and everyone here will understand.
I have no idea what this means. How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us.
Strictly for the gamers and the Twitch streamers in the room. Mr. Lauer, yours is a bit of a long one, but I think you would recognize this speech, and if you could just give us in your favorite character voice.
When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What the hell am I supposed to do with leads? Demand to see the manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Cave Johnson lemons. You know, do you know who I am? I'm the man who's going to burn your house down with the lemons.
Dennis Bateman, if you would please give us this reading in your best spy line, this very famous line from Resident Evil 2.
Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Very good, very good. I think that was all you take the next round. But if the one that I gave you, if you could read it either as Demo Man or as Heavy, and just however you like to take this famous line and refer to it. The line that I just gave you with your name on it, if you just flip it over and however you want to read it, as Demo Man or Heavy, please.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Thank you. Don, in a preference of your two, actually, can I hear it in one of your Borderland crazy fanatics, please?
I'm gonna have to back this up.
Yeah, back up the mic.
I'm gonna back this up.
Off the mic.
All right. Snake! What happened? Snake! Snake!
Abby, it is dealer's choice.
Okay.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Stop right there, criminal scum. You violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence.
All right. I've had them all pick a line at random, and I'm going to, if you would actually pass the hat back to me, this is the time where I'm going to ask you all to very orderly line up for your Q&As. I want you to think about that we only have a few minutes here, but please step up to the microphone if you have questions. Pick your favorite question, because there are a lot of you here. Don't be shy. You're going to start lining up now so we can go right into Q&A as soon as we finish this round. Abby, if I could have you give us this one that you've chosen in a voice of your choice.
Gosh.
Ooh, I'll do Audrey.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Look at you, hacker, a pathetic creature of meat and bone. Sorry.
Thank you. And now, if you would, Dawn, in a voice of your choice, maybe Kale, Kefla.
Can I pick even baby?
You can totally.
Yes!
Do your choice. It's actually your thing, yeah.
Oh,
glad I picked this one.
Okay, look. We both said a lot of things that you're going to regret. But I think we can put our differences behind us. For science. You monster.
All right, Gary, your choice.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
I will do my favorite in exactly the same way it was recorded in the studio for the last 12 years.
As Pyro. I felt that so hard. John.
And I see a pyromaniac after me own heart right there.
This is why elocution lessons are so important when you're a voice actor. This is oh, well, I forget the character's name. Anyway, I'll do that character that I can't remember the name of. What is man? A miserable pile of secrets.
Well, that's Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Storm Spirit doing Castlevania.
Yeah, Storm Spirit.
Right. That's the. See, I'm a geriatric voice actor. I can't remember who I've done. Thank you. Thank you for that pretty comment.
I'm starting out with a line that maybe you'll recognize. Overtime. That was close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
And just for fun, to verify that I am a professional, I pulled one myself. Just for fun, because nobody knows my voices, here's Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption 2, voicing one of my least favorite fairies from a video game. Listen. All right. We got 20 minutes left. Let's get some Q&As up here. Go ahead.
Hello? Pyro's in love. He's all never seen another Pyro.
We're here. Hi. This is mostly directed at Dennis and John because I know you do other work, but I feel like I'm at a point in my life where I have stories to tell and things to contribute to the world, but I'm at the point where I need to figure out whether or not I want to be practical and not starve or actually like make something. So as people with plenty of experience, I want to know, do you have advice for people trying to balance and find that sweet spot between survival and actually contributing something to the world?
Well, that's a very good question. You know, when John and I moved here in 1989, we had to roll pennies for rent. We had nothing. We worked for Cossack Caviar, packing fish eggs for bait for $6 an hour.
Because we weren't good enough to pack fish eggs for caviar.
Yeah. So we know all about survival jobs. Survival jobs can suck the life out of you, but if they allow you to do what you love, do them. Mm-hmm. Do the survival jobs, but do them only as much as you still have time and heart and energy to do what you love. And it is a hard struggle. Don't kid yourselves. It's hard. And I don't care what business you're in, because we all have things that give us joy. We must do those, whether it makes us a lot of money or not. We're going to do it anyway. But you do have to have things to fall back on. You do. Just the way of the world.
I mean, a very wise man once said to me when I was a young person, your most important piece of art is your life. You want to create a good life. And what you're doing right now is your life. Always what you're doing right now is your life. Bring it. Don't wait for the next part. Don't wait for the good part. This is the good part. So whatever you're doing, if you're flipping burgers or serving coffee or working on a video game, 110%. It's what you're doing. Be there. Best of luck to you, bud.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I will say that voiceover was my survival job. When acting work on stage and TV or whatever wasn't available or wasn't plentiful enough, you can. I talked to an old voiceover man in New York City one time that said, and he was big. I mean, he was the voice of Pepperidge Farm or something. I don't know. And he said, I don't want to be, an actor anymore. He said, I can do 12 commercials a day, and my pal Joe can only do one day on a set, or in a show one night. So that was how I found survival work that sort of fed my creative juices. But I will say this, do not give up whatever your dream is. Decide what it is, commit to it 110%. That's what I'm telling my sons right now, because they're going through the same thing you are. Because you don't want to become my age and look back on these years of yours and say, what if I had done it? What if I had really committed to that 100%? What would have happened? And that'll happen too, I mean, we all have roads not taken, but don't let fear stop you. Move ahead with whatever the fear is. Find a way to earn your daily bread, but stick to your dream. I'm telling you, that's not just a platitude. You want that to be able to say, I took my shot, okay?
And as someone who got into the creative world later, I mean, I have a full-time job working for the devil, AKA the government. I'm a mom of a 20-year-old. Yes, I'm 25. And then I do all of these other things, like voice acting, like regular acting. I do film production, I direct, I write, but it's just making sure that you find a balance, I mean, some of the greatest actors started in their 50s and 60s, so it's never too late, and believe in yourself, because that's the one person that's going to believe in you.
Great question. Let's keep moving along.
Love your costume, by the way.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to say that I've been to many panels, but I've never really had the courage to actually come up to the microphone, but I decided I was going to do that today. Because I wanted to thank you all so much I started out my PC gaming career started with the orange box, so definitely, and my very first Steam game was Portal, and I was playing it on a really crappy old laptop, and I was playing it with a trackpad. But it was still one of the best things in my life, so I wanted to say thank you so much, all of you guys, for all of the orange box.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. And this is maybe more for Abby than anyone else, as someone who is also non-binary, I've had an issue with kind of like getting into my lower register, and I kind of wanted to know, have any of you played the opposite traditional sex or gender, and have any advice on how to get cast for that kind of thing? Because my voice kind of gives me away.
I mean, I've never had an issue with doing it. And I mean, honestly, it's just about teaching yourself or taking classes. There are so many workshops in the Seattle area, and now with the pandemic happening, there are so much more online. I mean, like Casey said, we're going to be giving out resources later on so that you can do that, but I mean, it's absolutely possible. I've done it.
Speaking of online,
you can access the lower range of your voice. You can't access any lower than your voice can get.
Yeah.
But I think that it's important to remember that our idea of what women sound like and what men sound like is kind of standardized. And when you actually meet a whole bunch of men and a whole bunch of women, there's a large overlap in vocal range. Okay, and I think that something you can explore is percussiveness of speech, speed of speech, style. You know, I mean, and I think, you know, a lot of times it's what the character is doing and what the character has been through that shapes them much more than their gender. You know, as we move into a kind of a post-binary world, I think that you'll find that doors will open up more and more so that we don't have to have every guy who is a guy sound like me, you know. Because, you know, I remember, you know, Wally Cox and Sterling Holloway. I mean, you know, Wally Cox talked like this, and Sterling Holloway, you know, I mean, he was the voice of Winnie the Pooh, and, you know, and he was like 6'3" or something like that. So you know, voices and people are not one-to-one, you know. So I would just say, never say no to yourself. Never cast yourself out, you know. You know, if you see a rough, tough sergeant soldier guy that you want to audition for, find that voice in your voice, okay? Because there are going to be some people out there who are looking for a new audience.
Yeah.
Looking to break barriers, looking to do something that's going to get them noticed, and something like that's unusual is going to be just what they're looking for. So, you know, just don't say no.
Additionally, I would just add a technical suggestion, because I've been doing this business for a long time, and in addition to speaking, I listen a lot. I mean, we all listen. And what I'm hearing is a really distinct difference in the voices of the Americans in general from 30, 40 years ago. It used to be that elocution and diction were studied as an art form, as a craft. You couldn't get a job as a radio announcer unless you studied vocal production. And that fashion has changed. I hear a lot more higher voices today. One thing that troubles me a bit is that I hear a lot more glottal fry in people trying to access their lower register than diaphragmatic support.
Can we hear an example, Dennis?
So you lose your bottom, you lose your lower range that way. So I would suggest that if you want versatility with your voice, take some singing lessons. You'll learn really good diaphragm control that way, get a good coach, or vocal production lessons just so that you learn how to produce the sound through your vocal cords with your diaphragm that you want to give yourself a fuller sound.
Yeah. I'll add on one last thing. There's a panel tomorrow called LGBTQ+ voice acting that will specialize in that. Good. Go to that one.
I'm definitely going.
Awesome. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's keep moving.
Hello, wonderful voice acting panel.
Thank you, and hello to you.
Thank you. My question is, y'all have very impressive resumes. You've done everything from like one-liners of bad guys that died to like very extensive, robust characters with backstory. So my question for you is, what character, if any, have you really connected with? That you've just read a line or a part and you've been like, this is just me. Or if you have not had that experience, has there been a character that you've just used your own voice for as opposed to all of these very cool, funny animation voices?
Well, I think in theater, you know, for game work, you know, you see the artwork of the character you're portraying, and it doesn't look like that. But for theater work, oftentimes you are cast because of how you look, and so they actually just want your sound. So oftentimes on stage, I just talk like me.
I was the voice of all of the citizens in Half-Life 2. And when I went in, well, not all the citizens, all the male citizens. My friend Mary Kay Urban was the female citizens. But when I went in there, Bill Van Buren, the director, said, "We just want your voice on all." And I said, "On all these citizens, you don't want me to come up with a different voice for each?" No, just talk like you. And there are lots of places in Half-Life 2 where you come on a couple of citizens talking to each other, and they're both me. Just talking like me. which, as a storyteller, what that told me is that we as people, as experiencers of reality, we cue in on a lot of different things, and if we hear a voice coming out of this face and a voice coming out of this face, even though they're the same voice, we accept that it's two different people. And I told fans, at various cons that I was, oh, both of those guys in that scene, and they went, what? And they couldn't believe it, but it's true. And it's just interesting to me about how we perceive. As far as characters I've connected with, the character I really connected with was GLaDOS. Oh, yes.
I'll flip that one on you real quick. I thought a lot about the question you just asked. I thought, what character did I connect with? And I realized that what my favorite character is whatever one I'm doing at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to think of a character I didn't like, and there really wasn't one. I mean, I think the trick for us as voice talent is to find whatever character that is in ourselves and let that come out. And so I'm just ecstatic when somebody gives me any voice in the world to do, because that's just what I do. Yeah. So I really can't make a distinction that way. So that might be one way to look at it.
Cool. Yeah.
For me, I kind of echo Dennis's sentiment. I love just doing whatever I can, but that question reminded me of when I first interviewed for looping, which is basically being a vocal extra. You're in the background vocalizing the people who are literally physical extras in the scene and giving them a voice. And what she told me is, she said, yeah, I like you. You've got a white bread voice.
Oh, God.
Well,
and,
that sells white bread.
Yeah, she said white bread means it doesn't stand out. And I remember, when I used to try to be an extra in commercials and TV, I had big, large eyes and this bald head, and the director always said, get the guy with the eyes out of the shot. My eye goes to him. So sometimes being nondescript is an asset, but I love doing every character I've done.
We've got about 3 or 4 minutes left, so we'll probably have time for like 2 or 3 more questions. Thank you so much for that. Speaking in your own voice is the easiest thing ever, period. Great Scout costume.
Okay, yeah, I hope it's kind of obvious what I'm here for.
Scout, you're taking a piss.
Bonk.
Okay, so TF2 crew, first off, thanks for my childhood. Second off, about TF2, when you sort of jumped on, right, got that job, did you think it would go as far as it did? And if so, if you thought it would go far, how long do you think TF2 would have lasted in the mainstream?
Well, of course, that was almost the dawn of the real golden age of video games. We had no idea. We had no idea. Would it be like, rock and roll, where one record is a hit for this week and then it's forgotten the next week? It's been very pleasing for us that it's still being played today. This is 13 years after it came out. And I think that if you come up with a good game, it can last a long time. Examples, chess, poker.
Bridge. I'm a bridge player.
Then I remember at one point we even, I was doing a show down in Florida, and I got a call from my agent saying, the people at TF2 want you to do voices for something that's not really the game itself. They're stuffy dolls that will have a pull string or a button, and they'll put your voices in there. And I was like, where else can this go? It's just fantastic. I mean, one audition got us 13 years of work. Every time we turned around, they were recording new lines for the characters and new scenes and versions and stuff like that. It was fantastic. Truly one of the high points of my voiceover career.
I had no idea for 4 or 5 years that it was anything other than just the day job, until I started running into people who would get weak in the knees if they heard me say something.
I thank you so much for that question. I think, Mr. Shanks, you're going to give us with the final one to close us home.
Yes, Mr. Aaron Shanks.
Yeah. Hi, friends.
Hi, Aaron.
So, okay. Have you noticed artificial voices, synthetic technology influencing your career or the industry? Is that affecting you? Is it on your radar, or are you happily?
It's on my radar. I know about it, and I'm not sure what's going to happen, Aaron. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I mean, that's a big question. But
I'll tell you one thing. No one is going to ask an artificial voice if he does his character voice when having sex with another artificial voice. Until that happens,
But all of us are very aware of movies that we're seeing. What was the movie with De Niro where they euthaned him?
The Irishman.
The Irishman. Yeah, The Irishman. And all of this is happening, and they're having movies with actors who have passed away.
Yeah.
And they're putting them in films. I know this has happened, a number of times with, who was Saruman?
Christopher Lee.
Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
Christopher Lee.
And don't even get us started
Christopher
on
Lee,
deepfakes.
and
Star
of
Wars,
course,
too.
Princess Leia.
Star Wars, yep.
And so, I mean, this is, talk about a new world. We as actors who like the immediacy of our work, what is going to become of that? Very thoughtful question, Aaron Shanks.
Well, we all listen to those things. I mean, I listen to them, immediately I can tell. I think that's a robo voice. It sounds like a person, but whoever did that did it on a keyboard, and they're not an actor. So those voices suck, and they always will.
Right.
Now, it's going to take a long time.
But we don't know. We don't know how the technology is going to change.
Yeah.
I'm not going to worry until they make a category in the Academy Awards for it.
And also, replicating speech patterns and deepfakes are one thing, but until they can completely replicate an emotion, a genuine human emotion, we're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Enforcers, where's my time? Are we at time? Does anyone know? We're supposed to be at time, but I guess we're going to just keep going.
We're at time.
Yeah, we're at time. I guess I'm just going to release everybody if that's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
If you have additional questions, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be out by the big windows. Feel free to stop by us, especially if you have questions, you want to get some coaching by me and Abby or some additional resources for voice acting. In the meantime, thank you so much for being here. Be nice to everybody, be safe, and have a great PAX West.
Get up.
like, I get he's on the spectrum. He uses it as like, he uses it as an excuse a lot of times. And that's what bothers me. Is
Yeah,
I'm
and
like,
it shouldn't be an excuse.
No.
No,
Like,
shouldn't be an excuse.
because he's like, well, I can't help it. Are we on?
You guys can keep talking. It's
Hello?
fine.
Good thing we weren't like loudly talking about people.
So this Amanda girl I know?
Oh my gosh, I can't stand this Chelsea.
I assume there's people there. The lights are so bright that I can barely see anything. So I'll just have to take you guys' word on it that there's actually people in the audience.
Hello?
Hi, everybody.
We excited?
We got a few Zelda fans here in the audience. 1 or 2 Zelda fans here, I imagine. Played a Zelda game once or twice. I've played a Zelda game before. Have you? Have you guys played Zelda?
I'm kind of
I've never played Zelda.
late bloomer Zelda fan.
Yeah, it's, you know, better late than never.
Yeah.
But hey, welcome to It's Dangerous to Go Alone, Take Friends, hosted by Zelda Universe, and we are going to be discussing Link and why he goes on his journey, and the people who help him along the way. And just to start this off, one of my favorite memes, did it to save my friends? Did it to save my sister? Did it to save the girl I love? Did it to save because a tree told me to? And I just woke up and apparently I have something to do. Poor Breath of the Wild Link, just woke up in his underwear, couldn't remember anything.
Honestly, I relate.
Same, like I think we've all been there, haven't we? Just us?
Yeah, no. Wake up and you have a million text messages like, oh God, I have to adult today.
All right, so let's go ahead and introduce ourselves. I'm Amanda Van Heil. I'm going to be the panel host for today. I host Zelda News at Zelda Universe. I'm also a Twitch streamer, and I have a background in theater, voiceover, and stage, or I just said stage because that's theater, and film. So if there's anything I know how to do, it's analyze a character. So I'm very excited to get to dip into what I've been doing since I was 12 and apply it to my favorite thing, which is Zelda. All right, and so we've got one of our very wonderful guests here to my left. I get my guests on both sides.
I am Chelsea X. Lynn. That is my socials everywhere. I am a full-time Twitch streamer. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I play a lot of Zelda randomizers, if anyone's ever seen any randomizers. Yeah, I got some fans. Big Link to the Past main, some Ocarina of Time thrown in there. So yeah, that's pretty much the majority of what you'll see from me.
All right, next up.
Hello, humans. I'm Yo Schiller. I do a lot of content for my own channel, but these days I also edit for some other people. So if I may give a quick shout out, I edit for a blue monster named Arlo. I edit for a Smash Brothers channel named Source Gaming, and I've also worked with a variety of other people that you may or may not have heard of, and you'll see what some of those projects are in a month or two, hopefully. So that's what I do.
Hi, my name is Mary. I am the social media director for Zelda Universe, so all of our social media channels kind of fall under me. I'm usually the one tweeting, Facebooking, Instagramming, TikToking now. We have that. So yeah.
I'm Elias Thompson. I run the Twitch over at ZU and a bunch of other stuff.
Now, when we're looking at Link and we're analyzing a character, the first thing you want to know is, who is this person? What is his goal? That is ultimately what we want to know about Link in each game. And his goal varies from game to game. It's not necessarily save the world. While that's kind of like an overarching thing, it's the personal issues that come into play and why it really matters more to him. It's like, okay, yeah, I need to save the world, but what's in it for me? And that's kind of what we're looking at. And so with his goal, how do the other characters help him achieve that goal? What does Link need from the other characters, and how can he help them? What is his relationship with the other characters, and what is at stake if he does not achieve this goal? So that being said, spoiler alert, we're going to be talking about a lot of Zelda games and a lot of Zelda characters and a lot of reveals. So you have been warned, there will be spoilers about people's backgrounds and identities. So I apologize if you get spoiled on something you didn't want to be spoiled on.
Nobody left, so I guess
Woohoo! Success! All right. So we're going to start at the very beginning with the original Legend of Zelda, which came out 35 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, we're old.
Yeah, we are. I'm older than Zelda by 2 weeks. Yes. To the day. Now, in the original Legend of Zelda, Link explores on his own after receiving basically a crash course on the goings-on between Zelda and Ganon from Impa. And so in this case, he was inspired by his own personal sense of justice. He didn't really have a big relationship with Zelda or with Impa or the people in the town all that much because he didn't really know them. There weren't a lot of NPCs. You know, you have the old man who gives Link a sword. You have the people that just kind of live in caves by themselves. The area is crawling with monsters, but there's very few human-like characters. So Link isn't really inspired by others. He just has that own personal sense of justice to want to save Hyrule. But then we get on to Zelda 2.
Whoa, mixed reviews here. Whoa.
Yeah. Okay, wait, does anyone like
All right,
Zelda
raise your
2?
hand if you like
We got one.
Zelda 2.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, we got a few.
All right.
Honestly, it has one of my favorite songs in all of Zelda.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, so I think it's worth it just for that, and you know, Dark Link and all that good stuff.
Yep.
So we've got same Link, different Zelda. Impa once again instructs Link. So he has a little bit more at stake this time. He's a little bit more personally connected. And now the world is expanded. It has towns, it has more NPCs. There's the guy who comes in and says, I am error. There's the old ladies that all look like Inuyasha. There's the lady that heals and sends you into the house to make you feel better. That's just a nice way of putting it.
I never thought of it like that.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it is hot up here.
It is
It is pretty hot up here.
That was purely coincidental, had nothing to do with what you just said.
It legitimately is hot up here. But that's when it starts to expand a little bit. It's still pretty barren. Link doesn't have like a lot of relationships with the other characters, but you're starting to get more of an idea as to who he is, and you learn more who he is by learning who the other people in the game are. So now we're going to move on to A Link to the Past.
Oh, yeah. A little more left for that
All right,
one.
how many people out here, this was their first ever Zelda game? I know a lot of people where this was their first game. It was your first? Cool.
All right, just this guy. Good job, this guy.
There were other people in there.
There's a couple.
That's a handful.
There was more. Good job, this guy.
This guy. Now, in A Link to the Past, Zelda comes to him in a dream, and Link now has family. He lives with his uncle. And there's another town. There's more townspeople. Uncle tells him to save the princess. So now he's getting these instructions from an actual family member. So again, the stakes, as the games keep going in the franchise, the stakes just rise higher and higher and higher. This makes him more emotionally involved in the quest. And then there's also a greater variety of characters. Before it was like just, you know, kind of the humanoid characters, but now we've got the Zora. There's the lumberjacks, which were just a lot of fun, along with the dwarven swordsmen. And he helps out the other characters. So it's not just his own journey. This is when little extra things start to come into play. It's not full-on big side quests like in Ocarina or Majora's Mask or anything, but it starts to be, he becomes more noble in the sense of he's helping others along with doing his own journey.
Yeah, not to mention he has Shamalama Ding Dong in his ear the whole time, being like, Link, you gotta go here now.
Go here, come on here, go on.
Sahasrahla, I think is the name.
What?
Sahasrahla.
Sahasrahla, yeah. Shamalama Ding Dong.
Yeah, okay.
His name? Shalar. We call him
Yeah,
a
I
bunch
can
of
never
things.
remember how to say it. I start calling
It's
like
Sahasrahla.
Yeah, I end up calling him like Sara Solara or something like that. I don't know. That's what ends up
Just make some shush and noises.
Whatever the word is,
it's good
that
enough.
word, yeah. All right, so Link's Awakening. I'm going with the Switch version because it's prettier. I realize this came out. I'm doing this in chronological order. Now this one, Link kind of starts to get a companion in this one. He doesn't have like the full-time same person, Navi, in his ear the whole time, but he actually starts to get somebody around him, and one of those is Marin. So she is a lovely character. We all love Marin. She finds Link after the shipwreck, saves him Little Mermaid style, teaches Link Ballad of the Windfish. Link rescues her, and then she also confesses her hopes and dreams. So she is somebody that confides in Link. So that's how we give a little bit more idea as to who Link is in this game. There's also the owl, who is a precursor to Kapora Gabora. This one's a slightly less annoying one because he doesn't keep repeating the same thing over and over, but he provides guidance. But he's a recurring character throughout the game. He's not just a one-time thing. He comes in and like throughout the game, you know, it's like, okay, here's the owl. He's gonna tell me what to do. He's somebody you can depend on, and also part of the Spirit of the Windfish. And then we get just a really cool variety of characters. There's Madame Meow Meow and Bow Wow. And so Bow Wow like goes with you and helps you along, and it's kind of an escort mission. Same with the ghost. Who here like teared up with the ghosts and when he was like, yeah, I just about cried with the ghost scene. And you know, there's Mr. Right.
The shopkeeper that kills you?
Yeah.
I love that guy.
In this case, your interactions with the characters have actual consequences.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a slide. Did not plan that.
You are a bad boy thief.
You're a bad boy thief. So funny story, when I was playing this one, I was gonna try and go no deaths, but also I like to steal the shovel and every other item, and I forgot that he would kill you. And so I stole it, and then I could not do the no deaths because I stole like everything at the very beginning, and so like he just kept killing me anytime I'd go in, and so I just messed that whole game up, but I didn't care, I had fun.
Don't take advice from Amanda.
Don't take advice.
Don't
As long
steal
as we're
things.
having fun, that's all that matters, right?
If you steal, you die. That's the life.
As I talk about
that's the real lesson
That's
here.
true. As I talk about the nobility of Link, as long as you're having fun, though, don't worry about it, right? So now we are going to go into our first trivia question. And the question is, in Link's Awakening, where can you find the Yoshi doll?
I will be judging you all intently.
You're in the pink shirt right there. Yes. Yep. The what? I'm sorry? Yes. You got it. Woo!
You get a prize.
And you get the actual prize.
I was hoping you'd just like throw it at him, but I get it.
Like that.
I still just throw things at people.
Why not? That's what you do in Zelda.
That's true.
That's true. And you hold it over your head. And it just floats. Now, Ocarina of Time was a turning point in many ways. Not only was it a turning point in gaming, it was a turning point in the Zelda series, but also the way the Zelda formula worked. This is the first time Link had a constant companion, and that was Navi. We love her, she can be annoying, but you know, she truly wants to help. And without her, you can't Z-target.
We all know somebody like that in our lives.
It's true.
She also
I feel
really
like
wants you to listen.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I'm the person that just wants to help, but I just get on everybody's nerves.
Just grab people and police them like, you
I was
will
like,
sit
hey,
here.
listen, do this for me. This is how you do it, okay? Just listen to me. But she just gives Link advice through the whole thing. She's really the reason Majora's Mask happens, which, as much as I want to talk about Majora's Mask, that entire game is a character study, so we're not going to really go into that one. I could spend an entire panel going over all the characters of Majora's Mask. So yeah,
Next year will be Majora's Mask panel.
Yeah, it'll take like another 2 hours just to talk about that one. But she truly wants to help. So what is everybody's thoughts on Navi here?
Boy.
I mean, I'm a people person, so I don't mind her. But then
Yeah.
again, I also
She's
never
not even
beat
people.
Ocarina
She's
of
a
Time,
dot.
That's okay. What?
She's not even people. She's a dot with wings.
I don't judge.
Doesn't matter.
I didn't mind her. I mean, she was helpful, but hearing, hey, listen, repeatedly, does start to kind of wear on your nerves a little bit.
She's useful for speedrunning.
Yeah.
That's actually true.
You can do some really cool, you can like go to the bottom of the well without ever actually draining it by calling on her. You have to do some spicy stuff.
Nice.
Useful there, I guess.
That's true.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I feel like I might have maybe used her a few times for help when I was younger and first playing it, but going back to play it now, she outstays her welcome after the beginning of the game.
Another thing about Navi is she's not above Link. She's not like below him. They are pretty much equals. That's a friend at this point that was sent by the Deku Tree, but she's somebody that's an equal that Link can talk to. She can talk to him. There's no like big power struggle there between the two of them. Well,
does he say words?
We don't
Makes
hear the
eye,
words.
like eye emotions.
We don't hear the words. We don't see what happens when like he's not on screen.
We don't know what they talk about when they're not on screen. They talk about a whole array of
sit
things.
around the campfire.
Talk about life.
Like talking about
what they made for
life,
dinner.
Eating s'mores, hard times and all that.
Hyrule's really gone to, you know what.
This timeline sucks.
Can we get another split, please?
Oh my
No,
gosh.
I'm good.
But in Ocarina of Time, Link does get a bigger backstory. He's the boy without a fairy until Navi comes along. He's bullied by some of the Kokiri, like Mido, for example. But he's also best friends with Saria. And that goodbye scene with Saria, like at the very beginning, I tear up at that. Okay, so I cry at cute animals, but, you know, it's still a tearjerker moment. I can't be the only one that cried at that part. But Navi is not the most annoying character in all of Ocarina of Time. This is.
Yeah.
Oh, Kapora Gabora.
I like those face flips upside down. That's always fun.
Yeah, that is
Freaked
actually
me out
pretty
as a
neat.
kid.
Oh, yeah.
Hated that.
There were so many things about this game that freaked me out as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I could do
Shadow
a panel
Temple.
on that.
Redead.
I was about to say the Redead and Dead Hand, both of those.
I play through that game multiple times a week, and I'm like, I want nothing to do with you guys. Just jump slash die, crouch tab. Please get out of my face. Do not touch me.
Now, one of the really unique things about Ocarina of Time is we see Link grow as well as the characters. So, you know, we meet Malon as a kid, and then we see her when she gets older. And Malon is very important to Link. She's the reason he gets Epona. That's his first horsey that we really get to have him with. And she meets him as a child and then sees him again as an adult. And so we get to see him grow. We get to see his friends grow as well. And then there's the princess. So this time he gets to meet her first thing. So a spoiler, Sheik is Zelda, if you didn't know.
What?
I'm sorry, what?
Sheik and Zelda are the same person. Can you believe it?
Smash Brothers actually spoiled that for me. I hadn't played Ocarina of Time yet. I'm like, huh? What just happened?
So in this version, Zelda tells Link all about Ganondorf. She calls him there, and she tells him the story of what's happening, and Link being the hero he is, he's like, all right, I'm going to help her out, because this very nice girl is telling me what to do, and I'm going to do it. And later gives him the Ocarina of Time. So she's giving him tools throughout the game to assist him. So she is somebody that Link can look up to and can count on. And so from her, what Link needs is, you know, he may have the courage, but she's got the wisdom. And that's what he needs, is to help him find direction of where to go. So that is pretty much his goal there, is to get her wisdom from her without taking the Triforce, obviously. And that's what Sheik does, is just give him that guidance throughout without it being obvious that she's the princess. There's all sorts of things I could go into about the fact that, okay, Zelda, you got out of the castle anytime you needed to. Why are we just doing this? Okay. Now there's also the sages. And the sages, a lot of those we meet when they are younger as well as when they're older. Some of them don't age, like Saria. But there's Ruto, for example. She's one that she meets Link at the time, and Link needs Ruto to get out of Jabu Jabu's belly. Ruto wants Link to carry her, and he does it. Good for her. She knows what she wants. She goes for it, and she gets it. I gotta respect that.
Gets a fiance out of it. It's good for
yeah,
her.
exactly.
And then she leaves him to become a sage.
And then what?
Then she leaves him to become a sage.
Yeah, well, she also matures when she becomes a sage. So there we go. Then there's Impa, Saria, Darunia. We've got Rauru, who is no longer an owl, and Naburu. She's probably who's everybody's favorite sage?
Naburu.
Naburu?
Oh, absolutely. I want all the
Gerudo
Gerudo to hang out with me.
Same, like I want to be a Gerudo.
In the nicest way possible.
I want to be a Gerudo. They're just like everything I want to be. What about you guys? What's your favorite sage? Or do you have a favorite?
I like the Zoras, but I think Impa's kind of grown on me.
She's pretty great.
Yeah.
Darunia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
He knows how to
Aru.
dance.
Sure does. So now we're going to go into the Wind Waker, in which case Link had another reason to go on his journey. This time, he went on a journey to save his sister. So his reason for going has gotten a lot closer to home. Link's baby sister has been kidnapped. And the quest to save Errol introduces Link to the King of Red Lions. So once again, Link has another companion. This one is very different from Navi. What do we think, King of Red Lions versus Navi? What do you guys think?
Oh, he's like one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Way
Oh, he's
better.
so cool.
He's
Love
one of
him.
my favorites.
I already said I don't judge. I like them all, so.
Actually, no, I
Cheap
can't say
answer, but
he's
I-
my favorite. I have one more.
Cool,
Can't
cool.
say.
What about you, Elias?
No, he's a vast improvement over Navi.
Yeah.
He can't move unless you move him.
He doesn't interrupt everything that you're doing
He's
to
made of
tell
wood.
you that, hey, there's a thing over there, you should touch it.
He's got a dope like head.
Touch that thing. It's something cool will happen.
It's almost the opposite. You play that game and it's like, good luck.
Yeah, he's like, he kicks you off. He literally pushes you out of the boat like, see you later,
See you
nerd.
later, kid.
Have fun.
Listen,
Go
I need you to do this thing for me. Come on. Let's
You're
go,
taking
kid.
too much time. Chop, chop.
Which is why he's a fatherly figure, and that, that makes perfect sense now. He is very wise, provides guidance, pushes Link, helps Link reach both his personal goal of saving Errol and also his hero goal of overthrowing Ganon. And he's also Link's transportation. I mean, he's a dad. He's got to give him a ride everywhere he needs to go.
Chauffeur.
Yep. Now, this is going to be a spoiler if you haven't played this. Tetra/Zelda.
What?
I know.
Coolest like plot thingy.
It really is.
It was so cool, that moment where, she kind of like transforms and she's like, the heck? Okay, cool.
Yeah. She's like, this is neat.
Like, all right, like suddenly just a complete personality change. She's my favorite Zelda, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
so
a great
cool.
character. And she really helps Link's courage come through because rescuing Tetra leads to Errol's kidnapping, but she also helps Link by allowing him to use the pirate ship. Little island boy who's never really done anything beyond just hang out on Outset Island, all of a sudden he's traveling with pirates. Thanks to Tetra, who is just helping him along the way and gives him the courage to keep going. She also protects Errol, and that is exactly what Link needs. And of course helps Link defeat Ganondorf once she becomes Zelda. She's also a very less refined Zelda than we've seen previously. When she is Tetra, she keeps her guard up. But her softness and vulnerability comes out when she's Zelda. Like, becoming Zelda is like breaking down all of her own barriers. She's incredibly independent, and she and Link work together very well. They use the light arrows and the mirror shield, and neither she nor Link knew of their true identity, but they grew into it, and they grew into it together. And so I really liked their partnership because it was very much a matter of like mutual respect for one another. They might not have liked each other at first, but then they understood like, okay, I see what you need, you see what I need, we can help each other, we can get there, and then, what we can do together is now save the world. It's amazing what works when you work together, right?
Power of friendship.
Power of friendship.
And 2 pieces of the Triforce.
And 2 pieces of the Triforce.
Yes.
And a boat.
And a boat.
And a boat.
And a sword.
And a sword. All right, so you need a bunch more things, but ultimately you need the power of friendship. Now there's Grandma. So once again, Link has some really just need to save the world again and save Errol because his grandma's there. She raises Link and Errol, so Link again has family. He's not just alone like he was in Kokiri Forest, where he was just the boy without a fairy, he was all by himself. He's got a grandma, he's got, people who care for him. She provides Link with what he needs for the journey, and then, the part where she gets very depressed, where she cannot find her grandchildren, he helps cure her depression because he's like, I can't have my grandma sad. But by curing that gives Link the elixir soup, which works as like a potion, and each bottle holds 2 servings of Grandma's soup. And so if he doesn't help Grandma, he doesn't get that extra boost that he needs, like if he gets hurt. So it's like Grandma's always there helping him out when he needs it.
Are you telling me that fairies can cure depression?
In the Zelda series,
Oh,
fairies
okay.
can cure death, so I think they can cure depression. Now, Ganondorf may not be a friend, but he's a bit more humanized compared to previous versions of Ganon. Ultimately, he just wants a comfortable lifestyle for himself and the Gerudo, and Link gets in his way. The conflict here is what Link wants will destroy everything Ganon wants. Everything Ganon wants will destroy everything Link wants. So he's less of a villain for villain's sake. He has a reason for wanting the Triforce, and he's more empathetic. He's the type that, I could totally see him telling Link the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise to help him out that day. But he's more of a humanized, so it's his lifestyle versus Link's lifestyle, and ultimately, Link's lifestyle is a little more important because it means the entire world as opposed to just, him and his Gerudo buddies.
Yeah, I think this version of Ganondorf was the most insight you get into his character, because he doesn't talk a whole lot in Ocarina of Time, and Twilight Princess, he just shows up randomly at the end. But here he just goes on massive monologues throughout the game. I read somewhere a while ago where a good villain wants the same thing as the hero, and they kind of both want, a good future for Hyrule. Ganondorf is very selfish and sees himself at the center of that and wants, the old ways back, and the King and Zelda and Link all, want to go forward. So, no, yeah, I think this is probably the best version of the character.
Yeah, what is everybody's favorite Ganondorf? I know you like that version. He's probably my favorite Ganon. What's everybody else's favorite?
I go back and forth because sometimes I love just a complete a-hole villain, no redeeming factors. Like, good examples like Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, he's just an a-hole.
Yeah.
But he's funny to watch. Other times, I like more of a Thanos type villain where it's like, I know what I'm doing, not everyone agrees with, but I'm doing it anyway. So I go back and forth between this one and your classic, like Ocarina of Time, Ganondorf. I think I might like this one more just because of Wind Waker's better writing.
Yeah.
My favorite Ganon isn't Ganon. I like Zant.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I like Zant.
I like Vati.
Vati's also a great one.
Vati's just
It's
fabulous.
one of those things where you're like, all right, I expect this to be Ganon, and you're just like, no, this is not.
It's just his own thing.
So I really appreciate that. But this would probably be, if we're talking Ganon's sake,
Strictly Ganon.
Yeah,
And I love
this
Puppet Ganon. That one's really fun.
Yeah, that's a fight.
And I like the art style for it. It's very traditional Japanese art, and I like that. I think that's really cool.
Definitely one of my top 3 Zelda games for sure.
Oh yeah.
Easily.
Do you have a favorite, Mary?
For the same reasons that Elias was saying, like Wind Waker Ganon is probably my favorite, but design-wise, Hyrule Warriors. Yeah, like the design for, like I said, purely design-wise, I want to see that in an actual Zelda game. It's just so cool.
That hair.
Something I appreciate about Ganon and a fair share of other villains in fictional media is when someone talks big game, but they have the power to back it up. This dude wants something, he goes and gets it.
Yeah.
Name a Zelda game, he goes and gets it. Yes, I know you go to like Breath of the Wild, he's like, I'm gonna attack from underneath the castle and just like magically control people. That's different. Point is, he still wants stuff. So something I respect about Ganondorf as opposed to some other villains is that when push comes to shove, if someone can't help him, he just does it himself. I think that's just better writing in my opinion. I'm tired of just fighting minions all the time. I want to fight the big bad.
Yeah. Now we're about to go into another trivia question. In the Wind Waker on the GameCube, the Game Boy Advance is compatible with what in-game item? All right, I saw your hand right there. You got it!
I'm sorry in advance.
So he gets an actual Tingle Tuner, right?
Oh, he gets Tingle.
Oh, that's not a prize.
It is.
Just kidding. Sorry for any Tingle fans. Sorry.
Tingle eventually grew on me. At first, I was just like, ugh, get him away. I don't want to even look at him. And then after
He has that clowny vibe.
Yeah, at first I couldn't stand him.
Yeah.
And Brawl, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, he was one of the most hilarious assist trophies because he can make golden hammers spawn everywhere. So whenever you play with items on, you summon Tingle, and everyone just has golden hammers, and you all just get yourself destroyed. It's the only time I've ever liked Tingle because you can hit him too.
When you can destroy things.
That's enjoyable.
Yeah. That's not true. I like Tingle's balloon fight too. I don't know how many people even know that game exists, but I like that game.
Well, I just got Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land.
Did you really?
I did, like
here?
Yes. Yeah. Like yesterday, I got it.
You might want to watch your bag for like the next day or so.
Yeah, I've got it in a special place.
Twilight Princess.
Right, Twilight Princess. This one's a really good one. It's very different. It's all of a sudden it got gritty. And I think it's a really cool design style, and I think it's a nice contrast between Wind Waker. And that's one of the cool things about Zelda is there's a version of the Zelda series, like there's a Zelda game out there for everybody, no matter like what you like, whether you like, you know, the more darker versions like Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess, or maybe you like the brighter, whimsical games like Minish Cap or Wind Waker, or, you know.
Awakening Switch.
Yeah, Link's Awakening Switch. That's so fun. It's just so happy. It's a very much a feel-good game.
Absolutely.
And so there's just something for everybody, and that's one of the great things about Twilight Princess. Or Twilight Princess, about Zelda. I looked at the word Twilight Princess and said that when I was meaning to say Zelda. I do that all the time. Now, Twilight Princess is a little different from the others because it's actually Midna's story as opposed to Link's story. Link is, of course, a big part of the story, and he's, you know, who you're playing as. But it's more about Midna than it is about Link.
Link is the companion, let's be fair.
Yeah.
Midna's the main character. Link is just there for the ride.
Exactly.
He can swing a sword.
Or becomes the ride when, you know, he's...
Yeah, he is the ride. He becomes the King of Red Lions.
Exactly. And she needs Link's help, and she has her own character arc. What do you guys, let's hear about everybody's thoughts on Midna's character arc, because you guys have all played. Have you played Twilight Princess?
No.
I know, that's okay.
Don't
I know
kill me.
you have, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. What do y'all think about like the part with Midna and just how she grew as a character?
First of all, shame on you.
I know.
This is the best Zelda game.
I
and
have
Midna's
it.
a big reason why.
I just haven't played it.
Having it's all
Someone
that
back
matters.
me up. Yeah, like all the stuff you said, like it's in many ways her story. You see her go through enlisting Link for purely selfish reasons. You see in flashbacks later on, she's a totally different person than what she becomes. And she kind of goes through this journey of understanding selflessness and wanting. You get near the end of the game and you save her world. She's like, "We're not done yet. We need to go save yours." And so it's hard to top that as far as companions go.
Yeah, she's also, I love her sass. Like sassy, that's Midna.
Yeah, she's like the true definition of like a tsundere archetype.
Yeah, but like Elias said, she kind of starts this game, this journey with like very selfish reasons. And there's even a part of the game where she admits that, "I'm sorry, Link, I used you." And I remember playing that for the first time, and it hurt a little bit. I was like, wait, does she not care about me? Does she not care about Link? Like, am I really just a tool to this character? And it turns out, no, like she's actually grown attached to Link, to his journey, to not only saving her world, but also Hyrule. So we see a lot of development in her.
I named my card Midna, so.
I named his card Midna also.
Yeah, I love Midna. She's my favorite character.
She's a great character. One of my friends started calling me that, and I was like, I'm okay with that.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
That's a
You can
compliment.
call me Midna.
Yes.
That's fine. All right, so next we
my
have the kids of the village. Now, I do not like Ilya. I'm just going to be the first. I'm very petty about it. There are personal reasons why I don't like her. I can go into it, but you guys will all go just, "Oh my gosh, you're so petty."
Is it because she steals the horse and she's like,
Yes.
"You don't deserve Epona"? Is that why?
Oh, no.
Because that kind of like, I was like, girl.
Oh no, it's beyond
Okay, it's
that.
beyond that.
It's beyond that. It has to do with like actual like real life personal
Oh my
stuff as to
gosh.
why.
It
Yeah,
just
it
goes
goes
deep.
It goes deep as to why I don't like Ilya. But she's a plot device. And Elias here typed Ilya as a fantastic person and very lovable, which is incorrect. You know, actually, Elias, I would love to hear why you find her to be important to the game, because that's actually a valid point here. Because she is a plot device.
She is probably the best character in any Zelda game.
What the heck?
I'm going to address the elephant in the room. I think it's
missing
Mega
something over
64
there.
next door, and of course they can never have a quiet panel, so that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
okay.
they like no, not Midna. All right, I already messed it up. Anyway, yeah, that was great.
Okay, but what makes her great?
Everything. I don't know.
Gotta convince us.
What did I not just now? There's two things.
You know who's
She's
really
great,
great,
and
though?
everything is great.
So you know who's really great though, and who gives us one of the best songs in the Zelda series?
Malo?
When I first heard that song, just like on one of those playlists you hear on YouTube, I thought it was a WarioWare song. So every time I tried to look it up, I looked up WarioWare gameplay. I'm like, I can't find the song. And I didn't know it was from Twilight Princess. It probably would have helped had I played the game, but
So you should.
Yeah, you should play that.
it will happen. Now that
Definitely play it.
everyone in this room knows I haven't played Twilight Princess, it will happen. I even have the Wolf Link amiibo and everything, so I don't know how I'll play it.
But the kids of the village are really what gets Link out of the village, because the whole kidnap thing and Ilya losing her memory and all that. So that's part of what's driving Link forward. And then Mallow becomes just a shop owner.
2-year-old has his own business. What the heck?
Good for, you know.
I'm slacking, man.
This 2-year-old is interested in cryptocurrency.
Oh, no.
But, you know, whether I like her or not, if it wasn't for Ilya, Link would not have been able to really get out of the village, because that was the reason for it. But then, you know, they didn't really develop everything afterwards, and she, you know, the whole memory loss thing, and I'm sorry.
I don't understand how people can like Errol, Link's sister in The Wind Waker, and not Ilya.
Because she's an adorable little sister.
It's the same setup at the beginning of the game. Someone dear and close to you is kidnapped, and you know you got to go on a personal quest to find her. Ilya does a lot more than Errol ever does or did.
No.
You want to trade chairs so you'll be like 5 feet closer to slapping him in the face?
I mean, I'm sharing a room with him,
Fair
so I need somebody to practice my kung fu on.
Fair enough.
All right, so Skyward Sword. Who all has played the remake? Anybody? You guys enjoy the remake?
In the middle of it.
Yeah. Did you play it when it first came out, anybody? Yeah.
That's more like it.
I love it.
I'm a big Skyward Sword fan. I like it because it has a very strong story. At this point in the series, Link is more or less a high school student. So his struggles at the beginning, you can kind of relate to, because, you know, we've all had like that bully we've had to deal with. We've all had like that person that you're kind of into, that, you know, you don't really want to admit anything about, and you two are like kind of on the fence about whether you're together or not. We've all been there. It's a little awkward, and that's what we get to see. It's just, you know, we humanize Link as the series goes on, and I think that's a really cool thing about the series, is that you relate to him more and more. He becomes less of a blank slate and more of someone that there's something about him that you can be like, I've been there, I get it. Okay, now I see why he's doing this.
More like relatable.
Yeah, exactly. And so in this case, he knows Zelda personally. You know, are they friends? Are they more than friends? What's going on? But she stands up for Link, and she gives Link a personal reason to be the hero. Yeah, he's a knight. Yeah, he's a hero. All that good stuff. King tells him to go while he takes a bath and goes to save the princess. That is his best friend and possible girlfriend. This is a big deal to him. Saving the world, sure, but he's also got to save his best friend / girlfriend. And, you know, when you're 17-year-old, one of those things is going to be a little bit more important to you at the time.
Than saving the world? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Best friend, the whole world.
Like, who cares about the whole world? This is my best friend.
Yeah. They are your whole world.
Exactly. That is a valid point. Yep. Zelda is Link's whole world. That is his goal. Zelda is his goal. And then we got Groose.
Yeah.
We love Groose.
My man Groose.
I love Groose. He is a great character because he has a redemption arc. He starts off as a rival. He is Link's awful antagonist, who's one of the reasons why, like, he and Zelda end up, like, having problems and all that. But he also goes on to help save the day. So if it wasn't for Groose, then we wouldn't be able to save Zelda as well. We would have got the imprisoned that you have to deal with over and over and over. And then he just decides to stay on the surface with Impa because he wants to take care of Granny. So he becomes selfless instead of selfish. And I love that arc about him. You know, he's kind of the Gaston type character, but would be what happened if Gaston didn't die.
I remember that, like, seeing him, I'm like, oh, it's human Ganon. Like, I totally was fooled. I was all like, man, this guy's, like,
well,
he's
just
such a
the red
jerk.
hair.
He's just at the end of the game, he's gonna be like, I'm Ganon
Right.
now. So it was a nice surprise when that didn't pan out.
Yeah, I just like how you see his character develop throughout, and like, you know, he's no longer just like jealous of Link all the time. He's like, okay, you know, I've got my own thing I can do. This is what I'm good at, and I may not get the girl that I want, but I can do something that matters. And that's, you know, that really helped, and it helped everybody, and still managed to save the person he cared most about.
I didn't realize he didn't have any legs.
He does.
We've got, wait, did something just move around? What? I don't know. I just swear I just felt like something was like moving. I don't know. It was weird. I just felt this floor move. I don't know.
The floor is moving.
I've had caffeine. All right, so Link's companion this time is Fi. She's a little different from his previous companions. She's very cold, but she also experiences an arc. She experiences emotion for the first time. I know for me personally, when I played this, I felt bad by the end of the game for getting so annoyed with her. When she says that she feels like what would be happiness, and was like, oh, I'm a terrible person now for like just hating her this whole time.
I didn't feel bad. She's worse than Navi.
Elias, you don't feel emotion.
Elias relates personally with Fi.
Elias and Fi are the same
He's like,
person.
oh.
But what did you guys think about, like, just, you know, Fi and, like, the difference between her and Girahim? I know, like, you and I were talking about that earlier. How, like, it's the similar design and everything.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say spoiler alert about...
Well, I think we've said enough spoiler alerts.
Yeah, I was going to say spoiler alert with, like, I mean, they're vastly different, but also the roles they play are very similar as well, because Girahim ends up being the weapon for Demise. And I remember having like this huge aha moment, like during that big final scene. And all of a sudden I'm noticing in their character designs the similarities. And I'm also kind of like, so was there a potential distant relationship between the two? Like, all we know about Fi is that she's a messenger from the goddess. All we know about Girahim is that he's just been somewhere down on the surface, you know, waiting for like this big moment to like bring evil back. But it makes me wonder, is there potential history between the two? Like, what's their backstory, you know? Why are there so many similarities? Why are there so many similarities in their design?
There's some weird lore there.
I'm imagining just like Fi and Girahim on
They're
a
just
date.
like bitter ex-lovers.
I mean...
It's really the true story of Skyward Sword.
Yeah. I mean, there was the little love triangle there earlier with what's his name, Groose and Zelda and Link. So I mean, I could see where Fi and Girahim something happen there. You never know.
I do think that's like a missed opportunity with this game. Like, Fi, I tried not to think about her because I just think of Master, your sword is low, your batteries are dead. But like her and Girahim could have had like quips and conversations with each other that could have, you know, helped lead up to that realization at the end. But there was just none of that. He just stayed in a sword and was like, here's useless information.
It's not useless.
Most of the time it's useless.
It's sometimes helpful.
Redundant.
But she tries to help. She's giving what she thinks is helpful. Kind of like, you know, when C-3PO comes in and tells the odds. It's the same sort of thing.
He might also be useless, but.
All right, so now we are going to go into Breath of the Wild. So Breath of the Wild goes back to Link being alone once again. We were so used to him having somebody with him all the time, and then he woke up and was told, hey, you've been asleep for the past 100 years. I need you to take care of Calamity Ganon. And he has no memory of anything. And so we're back to alone. It's just like in the first one, except, you know, big and lush and vibrant, and there's just a huge world out there. And that, I think, is what Breath of the Wild is going for, is just that wilderness, that being alone in such a huge world and not knowing what's going on. In this case, Link needs these characters that he meets to unlock his own knowledge of the past. The characters that he meets in the game are his link to the past, essentially. So we're going to look at the champions and their predecessors. So we've got, Mifa, we've got Urbosa, love Urbosa, Daruk, and Rivali. Who's everybody's favorite champion here?
Urbosa.
Urbosa. Yeah, she's my favorite. What about you guys?
I like Daruk. He's my boy.
I like him.
I love Daruk.
Urbosa.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so I'm the odd one out because Mifa's my favorite.
Oh, she's great.
But as I kind of study Breath of the Wild's story some more, now that I've played Age of Calamity and stuff, Mifa was still my favorite to play as in Age of Calamity, but Rivali's kind of grown on me. Because
I love him.
I want to know are there any diehard Rivali fans at all?
Me.
It's okay if you don't like him, that's kind of the point,
no.
right? The reason he's kind of grown on me is there's something to be said about a character who's so cocky and so arrogant and is just such a jerk to you throughout the entire time you play the game. And then he dies anyway.
Yeah.
And we like that?
And so you see him 100 years later, and he's still a bit of a jerk, but he's kind of chilled out of it. He's like, hey, you know what, dude? Even I couldn't do it. That means you probably can't do it either.
Yeah, but then Link does, and he's like,
yeah, so
well, whatever. Still, and it's like, dude.
So he's grown on me, but otherwise Mifa's my favorite.
And he died to the easiest one, too.
Literally the
That's
easiest
actually-
one. See, ain't all that.
I gotta say though, about Rivali, one of the things I like about him is he's cocky, but I love the confidence and self-worth that he has, and I think a lot of us could really take a lesson from that, myself included. Because he gets asked to do just these little menial tasks, and he's an expert at his job, and it's like, okay, you want me to do these little simple things? Why are you wasting my time with this? Okay, I'm gonna say no, and when you get to the big thing, I'm gonna also say no, and then make you realize how big of a deal I am, and then finally say yes, because he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. And I think that is his big thing, is because he is so talented, the others tend to take advantage of him and his abilities, and it's like, oh, we'll just get Rivali to do it, and he's like, why should I have to do absolutely everything for everybody? Y'all are capable too. And that's what I like about him. When you find that out in Champion's Ballad and you get to learn more about his backstory, it's like, all right, I like him a lot more than I did at first. At first I was like, oh, this guy is so awful.
He's just the jerk, rival type character. But then you play the game more and you're like, okay, he actually has a
there's
personality.
a reason for him to be like that. He's not just a jerk to be a jerk.
Right.
Okay, but Urbosa is more powerful than Rivali, but doesn't flaunt it in everyone's face. She just snaps about it.
Thanos snaps everyone to death. It's great.
Exactly.
I love her.
But
I'm
also
a queen.
the other Gerudo worked very hard, whereas the Rito were just always just like, get Rivali to do this.
Yeah, I think it's like a rock, paper, scissors, like a four-way style rock, paper, scissors thing. Like, Urbosa could probably beat Rivali, but Rivali could probably beat, Mifa or something, and Mifa could probably beat Daruk, and Daruk could probably beat Urbosa or something like that.
No, I think you're wrong. I think Urbosa beats everyone.
You think, oh, come on.
Yeah, she really
Forget what
does.
I know.
So with the champions, we have the ones that came after. So we've got Prince Sidon. Any Prince Sidon fans? Me? I love Prince Sidon because he just encourages Link so much, and you really, he not only does he encourage Link, he encourages you to keep going. Instead of just being told, "Oh, you're never gonna get this," he just goes, "I believe in you. You got this." And when he just keeps telling you that, you really want to do well. You want to make Sidon happy.
Also, baby Sidon in Champion's
so
Ballad.
Sweet.
Oh, my little baby.
So sweet.
Literally the cutest thing in the world.
But the champions,
I squealed.
I did too.
I squealed.
But the champion's predecessors basically give Link what he needs and the tools he needs to continue and defeat Calamity Ganon at the end. They may not have been the ones to go into the Divine Beast, but they were there to help him get there, and they gave him the bravery and necessary tools and information that he needed. You've got Riju, who is just super cool, and has got the helm and all that she needs, and to help him. And Riju's a child and is basically ruling Gerudo Town. And then there's Yunobo, Teba. They're just great characters, and they're very different from who they came from, and they all have their insecurities. They all have just their own little arcs there, and then when they see like the ghost of the champion at the end of their little section, it's so sweet. I just love it so much.
I just think Teba is what ravioli should have been.
Yeah.
Teba is like everything that I would have wanted out of it. Yeah. If they swapped it, I probably would have been okay.
Yeah, but those characters are critical to Link finding out who he is and getting his memories back. And then we've got Zelda. Now, this version of Zelda, I absolutely love her because she is very flawed. She's not perfect. Previous Zeldas were just so perfect. They could do everything. She is scared. She's forced into this role that she really doesn't want and doesn't think she can do. She wants to research. She doesn't want to be this peacekeeper. She doesn't want to do all of this. She doesn't want to have to pull from the goddess, and she doesn't think she can. And she needs Link, but she doesn't want to admit it because having Link there is showing she sees him as her own personal weakness. And knowing that he has to be there with her. I mean, it's kind of like basically being told you have to have a babysitter or a chaperone to go anywhere. And nobody really likes that. I mean, or if somebody says, I can't promise I don't know that you're gonna do this very well, so we're gonna get a backup for you. I know doing theater for years, anytime somebody was like, Amanda, we're gonna get an understudy for you just in case, that wasn't originally cast. I'm like, excuse me? You think I'm not gonna do this role? When really it's just hey, I know you've got some health issues going on, we're gonna have somebody be on the side just in case. But still, I just hear, no, you're terrible, you suck. Here's somebody else to play the role for you because I don't think you can do it. And that's how it was with Zelda.
Well, there's also, she likes to research. So that parallels those children who are like, oh, I want to go outside and I want to play. And the parents you can't go out, you go inside. You have to come inside and do your work. The difference is, she wasn't going inside doing work. She was trying to save the world before something terrible happened. But I really liked the stories of I was forced into this. Life sucks. I'm going to work around it anyway.
Yeah.
She fought Ganon for 100 years. That.
Yeah.
No other Zelda did that.
No.
I don't know. That's all I have to say. I just thought it was cool.
And, I think one of the things that makes her probably the strongest Zelda is she recognizes her weaknesses and doesn't, try and hide them or anything. She's just,
She genuinely struggles.
She does. And I think it's
the fault. She feels the weight of her shoulder, weight of the world on her shoulders, and it's very real. And I think
she is a wonderful character. They just,
very good Zelda.
And, they did such a good job just developing that character and just her parallels with Link and how, Link was there to help her and she was, his project, essentially. She was his assignment. And she's like, I don't want an assignment. But aside from Zelda, Link had friends all over Hyrule.
And girlfriends.
And girlfriends.
He had a lot of
girlfriends. Oh my gosh.
That bird with the accordion, I forget his name, I apologize.
Cass.
Cass, yes. Best character in the game. Best character in Zelda.
Yeah.
He does no wrong. Anytime you see him, you're like,
my boy.
Yeah. It's as soon as you start hearing the music, just from a distance, you're like, okay, Cass is here. I'm about to get advice.
Yeah, and he's always like, hey, how you doing, man? I don't know why you're on the same mountaintop with me, but hey, come join me. How you doing? I love Cass. I wish he was in Age of Calamity. I get why he's not, because it's 100 years before. But I just
timeline split.
I love him.
He had his mentor though. And
That's true.
I think I didn't actually play Age of Calamity. Whoa.
Yeah, all the other characters. Yeah.
So I don't know if the mentor's in there, but I think that would have been a cool addition.
Yeah.
Also, he's the father of all the little children in the Rito village.
Those
And,
little
when I
children are
found
so
that out, I was like, the babies! It was just super cute. It was a really nice moment.
We should all aspire to be like Cass.
Yes.
True. And then, we've got Pura, we've got Paya, we've got Robbie. Pura's calling what, Linky the whole time? Linky! And, she remembers him from a long time ago. Paya's got that diary and super nervous around him. But they both help Link try and figure out who he is. And, Pura's like, you don't remember me. Okay, let's see if we can jog your memory. I'm going to give you your nickname. Okay, does that do anything? That doesn't? Okay, let's try something else.
Here's a camera.
Yeah.
Take pictures of something till you remember it.
Yeah, exactly. It's bring him here. I can help you. We're gonna take some pictures. We're gonna help you get that memory back. So that was what Pura is there. She was on top of things, making sure Link was taken care of. And then Bravi's just so much fun. Thank you, 5. All right. So we are pretty much towards the end.
Elias!
With a very special announcement from Elias Thompson.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Do you have something to say?
No, keep going.
Yeah, a very important Zelda game is coming out in October. October 8th, I believe, Metroid Dread. Is that correct? Yeah. However, we are not going to end the panel without one final trivia question. And we have a very cool one. We have a book, The Psychology of Zelda, that is signed by the author. And we actually had a few of our Zelda Universe teammates work on this book. They wrote part of the foreword. Shona and Dave, they are our Aussie crew, or part of our Aussie crew. So the question, in Breath of the Wild, what is the name of Riju's sand seal? You with the red shirt. Yeah, Patricia! Deliver that prize.
All right.
Awesome. Well, everybody, I cannot thank you enough for being here for the characters of the Breath of the Wild panel. Where can we find everybody here on social media? Chelsea, I know you're a Twitch partner.
That is me, yes. I have that little check mark, Chelsea X Lynn. The Chelsea is spelled with a Y at the end. If you get to an A, that's not me. That's someone else.
All right, where can we find you?
I'm Yoshiller, Yoshi, L-L-E-R, not to be confused with Yoshi Killer, like everyone thinks it is. Yoshiller. If you see a guy with a Yoshi hat, it's probably me.
Oh. Yeah, and of course, just make sure to follow Zelda Universe on all social media. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Discord, forums on ZeldaUniverse.net. We have a TikTok and a YouTube page, and all the latest and greatest Zelda news on ZeldaUniverse.net.
What about you, though?
About me? Oh, me. I'm Mary Wants Cookie on Twitter and Instagram.
At Elias Thompson everywhere.
Everywhere. Thanks for coming out, everybody!
Thank you, everybody!